that is
particularly what happened to me. Another thing that I felt was, I was walking down the street, and then Yellow Spring had Black Lives Matter protest. There was 10 black people in protest. 8 of them last name was Spill, right? Motorcycle motherfuckers going down the street, right? And then Black Lives Matter was coming up at the same time. This on my Instagram. It was coming at the same time. I was like, this is going to be fucking crazy, right? And it was a point at the light where they all fucking was right there. And then motorcycle motherfuckers was going around. I think you know, trying to block out Black Lives Matter. But then at the end of the three people, and it was one of those you didn't know what was going to happen. I felt so good. I captured them. Feel like, okay, respect us, respect you, and we just keep it moving. That was good shit. And Ohio gets a lot of fun. I've been here for 5 weeks, bro. 5 weeks. Doing nothing but good vibes out of Ohio. I just know you was an Ohio motherfucker.
big time Youngstown, Ohio.
I had a fucking I have a fucking donkey.
You got a Youngstown story?
Me and my dude told us like this damn Youngstown.
Really?
Thank you for your people.
She wasn't a Hinchcliffe, was she?
Oh, yeah. Nigga, I don't even like to forget them your names, son.
She looked like me with long brunette hair.
Nah, I would never be on top of a bitch who looked like
Joy.
I didn't know y'all was always motherfucker.
All the way. Red Band's from Columbus. And it's a city. You'd be surprised. It's a small city.
I get that, but your upbringing,
Right.
is your nature motherfucker.
Yep. Yep.
I'm a nature.
Yeah. I mean, I get out there, man. Almost every single day.
You can't call yourself that.
Again, I like being called the N-word. I just assume black people like being called it too. So.
I'm so Ohio. Now I got a deep connection to one of you motherfuckers are old age motherfuckers. Simple. Just like that.
So Dave, anything else great fun facts about you?
Oh shit. You know, I watch the show a lot, and I'm man, I would love to have a fun fact about myself. I know Jesse, that's not really a fun fact. I did winning field goal in high school.
Whoa!
There we go.
Will you kick field goals?
Yes.
You still know how to do it?
Boy, it's been 20 years.
Dude, you should fucking kick a field goal.
Where?
We have a football anywhere?
David Lucas, man, let him kick 3 points.
David Pigskin kicked it.
Assalamu alaikum,
All right, Dave.
Give me a bro, please.
Fun times, Dave. I'm so glad you graced us with your presence. Very awesome.
Guys.
You're a fun character. Hopefully you'll come back again soon and join us again.
All right, thanks a lot.
There he
You
goes.
know what you're doing. Good job.
Dave, wait, everybody. Dave, come back real quick. What's your where can people find you? Are you working on anything? Social media or anything?
Just the Dave Wayne comedy on there. Me and Mitch were making a lot. We don't know who the fuck Mitch is.
That's right. AITE, right?
Yeah, Mitch Burrow. He was on the show.
Yeah, you guys did the Door Guys show.
Yeah,
it's so great. We love it.
We were like, we're gonna make videos until we reopen, and that's not. Who knows?
It was a funny 3 or 4 weeks you guys made
We thought we were gonna be back in like 6 weeks. Yeah, but all those are on there, Dave Wayne comedy. So yeah, thanks, man. I
There you
appreciate
go,
it.
Steve Wade, everyone.
Son, you got a charger?
We'll get you on. All right, this is a very, very fun time, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very special moment. Next comedian, the last time I was excited to see what was going to happen. Patiently did not interrupt stand-up comedy.
I didn't patiently interrupt. You told me that.
He impatiently waited through the minute of comedy and then proceeded to roast him. And so now he gets a minute uninterrupted back in front of his favorite comedian, Don Elsley, the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, only. It is David Lucas. Everybody here is. Music doesn't really matter. He's right here. There you go. Here he is, David Lucas. Everybody. So about 66 and Rosie. You got the camouflage shirt on. You look like you got a Ram Raw on right now. It's the tactic. It's the tactic. That's it. Looking at, looking like you waiting on the blood transfusion. Same jump. Look like you had the blood transfusion. You look like your spirit animal is a possum. Man, get your dumb out. I don't say what you look like. You eat like. That's better. That was a deal. Oh, that. Eat like. You eat like. Y'all think I see nervous as here. Oh, like this. Let him talk. Y'all think Donnell got famous from Chappelle show? He got famous for raising 3 turtles in the sewer. It's a splitter looking ass nigga. Get your dumb ass up. Let's go, motherfucker. Is Donnell up there sitting on insulin, bitch? That nigga fucking. He ordered insulin on rocks, nigga. Told everybody that is still. That was my joke, man. Your turn. Some energy in it. You know, like, you really don't know what y'all.
talk yourself into that being money. Okay.
So this has been over a minute. I'll come in.
Yes, nigga, I was off your ass the whole minute, motherfucker. That's why I said, you material. Let's see material.
I love it. Jesus. Yes, good.
Here's the thing, both of y'all. Y'all still on that time. To be honest, y'all know where I was. Don't let me. I appreciate you and I'm your realist. And you don't get on the stage. You don't go for your manuals. You get 30 seconds. I get and go. Back in the streets. Once you get them up, it's like the way a big bull. And I really, I don't say like, podcast. I really like the energy. Backstory of people don't know before that night, things like that. When you and I can't do it. You know what I said? I said you can button up the second button, you fire it off, and get what? You didn't get money. Because you couldn't button it up.
It's so true. But that jacket was so far apart.
Trying to chime in.
Oh, what are you gonna attack us? Look like they're dressed like a greedy seal.
I don't want to
Branch the bolt.
You look like you're Josie.
Like a rescue. No, it's a little bit more like a pump.
Look long. This thing got appreciate it.
Yeah, but
I was in. I just feel your son. I'm a stretch in the company.
it was still got two podcasts.
It's all right. I'm team. Great. You stuck. Scale for once. Don't get back to.
He's just selling a lot of cocaine. That's a lot of cocaine.
Hey, Red, man. Don't get the fuck out of here with that mask jacket on.
Mask jacket?
What the fuck?
I'm just wearing a green shirt.
Driving a convertible Jeep that's green, man.
It's
You're standing still and you fucking still shake. You can't even be in the sunlight too long, nigga. Direct sunlight is your enemy.
Why? Why did the sunlight
Because
come?
you have a lot of medicine. That nigga on kidney medicine.
Oh my
Look at him, sick ass. Sick. And then I want to look like a sick kid. You know you're a week away from diabetes, right? Oh, yeah. We should look at Patrice O'Neal. We fall in his footsteps. Too soon?
No,
Too late. Bring this nigga down there on the last one. Look at the health hazards, son. Corona don't get you hot. You can't even scratch your head without bringing arm. Right? It's like you stuff and you can see your nerve bone. How do you know when you get the blowjob? You're looking like a hairless dick. How do you know when you get your dick sucked? Somebody got to remind you.
He starts walking away from
You gotta lift your stomach up to get a neck, and it's over. You got a glory hole in your apartment, nigga.
That's true.
You got a glory hole in your navel. You got an OnlyFans. Look at your gay ass. I do. Get right. You got no shit in a wheelchair. I got an OnlyFans. You got no fans.
David's OnlyFans are people sitting in that people.
That's it. So you put a video of you eating hot dog with no bun on it. You should talk about anything about food. Don't talk about food. Talk about hype. I know all that shit. You don't too. No, you don't. You know how you hype to Burger King. Wicked race.
Oh my God! Are you serious?
Oh, that Coney Island hot dog eating contest. A real race.
you about to do a foot race right now?
Oh, dang. I might have to shoot in the car.
Oh, you're gonna change your shoes, fucking Mr. Rogers over
Hey,
there.
come on, Tom. You saw my race the other week.
Yeah, but that was against a morbidly obese man.
Yeah, but he's like 40 miles lighter than me.
I was talking about yourself. You were racing yourself.
No, I was racing.
But no, he was decently fast. Scott would absolutely smoke.
I was smoking, son. I don't know, bro. The only time you've been in a race with me is on the Biggest Losers, and that show is canceled. Yeah, that's not the one. I know. It's not my words. Yeah, man. The no audience, god damn, this shit is funny. Bro, bring it back on with the audience.
I still know what.
No, I know.
You're great, David.
How many hosts is this? Have strong hits. You with Lane Bryant and Timmons. With insurance, you know the cane.
All right.
You only get your chest with one hand. That one's swag. I'll die skin.
Right there you go. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen. David Lucas. Goodbye. Hey. That was fun.
Get him a drink. Put your system on the rocks.
Donald. For David Lucas. It's exciting. I pulled a name out of someone's first time. We have no idea who this is. This is very, very exciting. Make some noise for Smokey. Gus. People want to know. There's a couple people in here. And here comes Smokey Augusta. I got some roast. So, here's with Kegels. I'm just gonna cut you off right there. Instead of let's just do whatever else you were gonna do. Can we do that? Yeah. All right. Loki, I got. So I was watching the old Brad Pitt movie the other day. I realized one of my past yeah. Not enough. Just kidding. What I did realize is that my relationship lost that, but once you get to three's a learn. That's why I say, well, I get signed with 2012. I think the that was the end of the world fucking right there. Wait for NBA coming. Just might have a good week. That's gonna rape your sister. Well, that's like a great joke right there. Don't worry, Eddie. Cookie turn after 17 years. He's back. Turn low. Put the game paper. Mention in the news. With these. It looks like the no. Okay. Yeah. Close.
So attention to tell jokes, but getting stage time. The biggest thing we all say was time. It's hard to get timing when you do jokes. You know, but there's somebody that's like, okay, I know this shit is funny. There's a lot of us, we know it's funny, but you don't have the reps to get the time.
With this topical 7. Do you have a better number than I guess sooner or later?
I saw that, but
96, 97 says Ryan J. Just good as you've seen hobbies. Go ahead, tell us. Skills. Completely which are I hate you doing or you're into something that you're trying to how about just about your love life? Just here I go. Stay away. Your love life. Go on, just go to a bar. What's the closest statements? Stick with the motto of the past year. The only time I've really gotten this last word is to go see your drive up comedy with Duval. Oh, that's fun. That's exciting. That was a fun night, right? Yeah. Got to see Jeremiah, David Lucas, and Jetsy Johnson. There's no one at work. Usually restaurants, there's a lot of... Yeah, with a manager, you can really throw your weight around there. Yeah, bartended for years. And I working as a manager.
that's so neat too.
You guys have outdoor seating at your restaurant, or is it one of the restaurants that are completely closed during all this time?
that is.
With a, only in Anaheim, you might be able to ride his electric bicycle all the way there.
David, look at Mr. Woods. As a chef, do you ever make potato salad? Yeah, sorry.
You like?
Well, I was just going, if he was a chef, it's big in the black culture. It's how
Why
are you looking directly in my eye and talking about potato salad? Because, you're right, black people love potato salad. You'll fucking lose your friendship. I was going to ask
Why you don't put paprika on your potato salad? They don't put what on it?
paprika.
I love it. And mustard. I like a mustard.
Some celery sauce. Have you ever put raisins in potatoes?
No.
What you do is like put almonds, apple sauce. My wife did it once and I almost divorced her there on the small town.
Is that true? Is that true, Victoria Fontaine the Third?
I don't know why I was just doing it. I don't know why you ate it. I am able to cook.
It wasn't even potato salad, Reginald. Okay. Anything? Have you ever been arrested before, Smokey?
Yes.
For what?
Just missing a court date.
Missing a court date for what? What was the court date for? Traffic violation. Sex trafficking?
Yes, she yelled stop. He kept going.
All right. Well, fun time, Smokey. Thank you for making your 17-year return on the show, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, Smokey Augusta, everybody. Okay. All right. Oh my God. All right. Okay. What the fuck is happening? Jesus fucking Christ. God. All right. Your Philly intro last week and people got mad. So I'm just gonna say, some people love them, some people really love them, some people just like them. Ladies and gentlemen, William, the Big Red Machine, Montgomery.
First and foremost, Dave Lucas, take a couple notes. Here are my first line. Funny how it left I scared the dust inside my kids about to call the cops. The weed is too weak. Annoying that a bunch of whining kids on a plane. That's why I never flew with Bill Clinton
Jeffrey Epstein? Over at Red Band's place the other night. Red Band, and I got a question to ask you. Who designed the gloriola in your bathroom?
Another what?
I was able to see Red Band's Oriental wife suck his dick. It was wonderful. Remember that time Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin played the guitar with the cello bow? How the fuck did he do that? Would Tracy Chapman be the first known they in music? Right. You got a fast car. You want to get anywhere? Maybe we can, maybe together we can tell sweet. Play that. A lot of people don't know that DuckTales is the official theme song of William Monk of Black Lives Matter. Oh my goodness. Is that true? Not else. Can you corroborate that? What'd you say? No, I didn't hear you. I just shut up. Nope. I'm looking for a job. Yeah, and swimming. Literally, I mean, I've been going to the YMCA labs. Nobody's YMCA. I've been looking for. Oh, it was hard on your phone. I never felt like I did the tornado in the house. The song you were about to play. I was really held there. No. I would go to the more in. What do you mean, Nat? Why'd you say that? Every single God. It's gonna be called. Oh, it is. It's literally. You know. That's what did you say? Very silly. Oh, what? Something is being silly. I'm trying. Yeah, tell us about it. A couple of days ago, they overcharged Big Mac. How much did you? $10. I should have known before I paid him. Yeah, I paid $10 charge. $10. I hate it. It's William Lee. Yeah, I'm looking for a job. What's so much shit happening? Yeah, that's all that. What is that? We have
What up, big dog?
What's he drawing?
someone had to let me stream it.
No.
I could take the stream today.
Yeah.
And my try to go do it. It's saying it's loading and it does the arrow.
Okay, I don't think WWE was going though. Maybe like try either Saturday night or Monday night. Okay. Saturday.
Got a Monday night.
Yes, sir.
So I got a Monday night.
Yes, sir.
I don't think the World Cup is still going on.
Yes, sir. Okay. If you want to know the next time there's something wrestling, word dog. Okay, here you go. Try it tomorrow night.
Okay, I'm on the Cubs.
Okay, big dog. And then definitely Monday night. Monday night.
Monday night.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, play Bill. I'm trying to Logan the video.
Yeah, because it's not playing right now. Try it tomorrow night or Monday night.
Monday night.
Yes, sir.
This is not working.
They don't all work. No guarantees.
I'll bring
Okay. Bring whatever one you want. Bring whatever one you want in, big dog.
Has anybody told me lately?
Yeah, a couple hours ago.
Is that big in here?
Yeah, my friend Tony was in here not too long ago. And he might be back in a little bit.
Zoom?
Zoot was in here earlier too.
What about that guy?
What guy?
Dodo.
Oh, he's in a telegram that I'm in, so he might not come in all that often. But maybe. Oh, we don't know no. I don't even log in with a password anymore. I just use a QR code.
Don't use the login.
No, and I don't have any friends on um Telegram. I don't friend anybody. I tell them follow me on Discord. All right, sweet dreams to you, big man. Take care.
Let's not draw a tornado.
She was like, it was like I was with 14. So now she was in lunches for it. He's still the first name. Let me say it. Anybody was saying, hey, that girl, like she's 15. I hate to tell everybody. So now, for all this 2000, before, here's what I will say. I'm not saying like this. She's actually harassing. She just I've been sexually harassing her. I feel like this progressive feminist agenda is obviously to maybe people felt victimized and stuff. I think women are part of what gets you. I'm gonna go get out with God and place there and take my hand and go, no. I go, okay, now wait. Or by the way, I'm gonna break these walls down. Try it here. Daughter graduating high school. Daughter graduating high school. That's right. Damn, she graduated. My son is so good. Yeah, I think she is. I don't think so. So, there's a woman. She was 24 years old. She met her biological father. They just connected on the phone deeply. Then they see each other. And then she's like, he's sleeping under her bed. She insisted. She's on the couch and she goes, I'm attracted to that. And he was like, I'm attracted to this woman. This is crazy. What the fuck? So they have a 5-year affair. And they're like, this is so wrong. They just connected so deep. I can kill it. But I legally want to understand why. I tried to get some color on Joker too. I talked to him recently. And I go, because I wanted to do something for him, but he couldn't get to himself. He was in a certain place, scouting locations for Joker too. And I go, can I get last? There's a couple rumors, and I asked him, don't you worry about it. It's going to be epic. I don't know. I think that is shit on Hollywood. And then you're accused of something. It doesn't matter. So none of that matters. What happens is every corporate sponsor you have and everybody you have business with stops doing business with you because they all go too sticky. So that's a huge problem. So the process is dead for a lot of them. Because the minute somebody comes up and says you did this, and the problem with that is that person gets a story and you get a statement and you're fucked. So you were in a certain and somebody makes an accusation about you later, and it doesn't matter how old that accusation is, it could be 30 years old. Go fuck yourself because every corporate sponsor goes, I can't, sorry, love you, can't do it. And that's a huge problem. What it does, it creates an atmosphere of terror. People are terrified because I'll tell you something. Everybody's going to choose paying their mortgage and sending their kids to school, feeding their kids over a higher principle before 2020. You used to have a successful and consistent career and a really good company. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. I know some sick people in my life. This guy is the craziest, wildest person I've ever met in my life. Attempted murder. That's what tried to kill him. You know, that's detailed filming. What? Don't go bring him out. John. No way. There goes Black Sabbath. You got to Yes, big boss man wanted to see good old self-trick. More like selfish trick. You got torque throwing hammers. What's the inspiration? What you wants to be yourself. CK instead of wasn't risk of working with that. How do you ever man what's watched before? Yeah, fucking I'm a comic. I'm really good at stand-up comedy. I understand that not quite the thing, but it does seem that you're selling something that you've been selling for a while. You know, I'm smiling. You know, I never last. I like the way my ancestors did, so I don't use a gun. I think it's cowardly. I use this. I use a sling, or I tend to stop. Like, remember, dicing and robbing a bank and a telegram. You know, I do it for food. I do it for life. I do it to the animal spirit of my life, and I like to eat the animal there in the field. I dress it. If somebody tried to bully me, I'll show me your fucking house and kill it. Happens. I like to watch the Sandwich in between Theo Vaughn and wait, it's not 2019. So 2018. Yeah. On my socials. Conversation for private some tickets. Business works so well. I'm selling tickets, but not like, these things are hurt so bad. Like my feet, like I put out a special. Nobody, it doesn't matter. So no matter what, even though I feel terrible, I have that. Yeah, why do you feel terrible? Because you want to get something inside sometimes. I feel like whatever. I feel like no matter what I do, I can't. I guess what I feel like I just want to be able to sell enough tickets so I can continue to do the nowadays. Brian trying to get some attention. My place is from edgy PDF file covering. That's the issue. The reason they're not because they're married and already public and people are watching. If you were like famous actor and you show up with a top model who happened to have been 16, said shit. You know what they said? How they do it in Europe. Somebody used to tell everybody, here's what I'm trying to say. Here's what I'm trying to say. The majority of those girls who were models came to New York as young as 13, who were supposed to be okay? I promise you, probably 50 to 60% have a story about how they were 16 dating a 32, how they were 16 and dating a 32. You know what? Because it was fucking accepted. Nobody had it more than I do. Okay? Nobody does. Like when I shot my first film, okay? He said, that's a good shot. He said, did you shot before? And I said, no. But I've been killing else in my mind with a high-powered rifle since I was as long as I can. It's only less disturbing than Brian had already shown his obsession with each guy's relationships. And my wife is young. I want to make sense. I know what you scared they will be around your son's first steps or your wife's 23rd birthday. I wouldn't have seen my wife when I was young. I wouldn't have noticed her because she was there. illegally with a movie this past week.
You went to an actual movie theater?
Yup.
What did you see? Were you the projectionist?
Sweet Thorn. Donnell, you want me to say that one? I'm going to talk to you.
Depression in a tornado. Can you show where he's going to everybody? This is the first. He's very scared.
Hold on, Mom! Get the towel closet!
That's a callback to that towel closet reference from a few minutes ago. My goodness. What if the tornado is literally like happening right now?
Nobody cares. That was the worst tornado impression I've ever.
What do you mean, Donnell? Let's say you're not in a house, right? You're outside in a field. And there's a tornado going over you right now.
Hold on, Mom! Get out of the field! Hold on, Mom! Get out of the field!
No, your mom's not in the field. You're in a field all by yourself. And action. There you go, big tornado.
Hey, Lucas, get out of the field!
No, nobody's in the field with you. You're by yourself, so you can't just yell at somebody.
And the Black Lives Matter protest is coming right down the street of the tornado, right?
Yeah, okay.
Hold on, what are y'all doing on the street?
That's what he would say at a Black Lives Matter rally.
Go to Cincinnati with that tornado.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a silly week with William Montgomery, everybody. Oh, DuckTales. Please step back from that ledge, my friend. DuckTales. Yeah, it is DuckTales. D-U-C-K, it's DuckTales. Molly Hale tonight. Here we go, Molly Hale. It's DuckTales. They just ran out of songs. It's DuckTales. It's DuckTales. Molly.
Everybody, my name is Molly, and I really wish that I enjoyed fun sex, but my butthole is very dead set against it. And I do have this no in my out policy, but I actually didn't write that policy. My butthole wrote that policy, you know? And I wish it was different because all my gay friends are like, oh, the butthole, it's a portal of pleasure, it's full of a million treasures. And my girlfriends are like, oh, if I get drunk enough, I might let it pop it in one time. You know, but my butthole is so anti-anal, if it even gets a whiff of a dick coming anywhere near it, it will just scoot right out of the way, you know? One time, I saw my butthole put on a fake mustache and pretend to be the mouth of a dude to get away from a dick. My butthole started talking about sports, and the dick got very confused. You know, and then another time, my butthole put out two other fake buttholes on it and started a game of free card D in order to avoid a dick. My butthole was all, step right, put their dick into a real butthole. You, sir, get
DuckTales. All right. 60 seconds of straight butthole jokes.
I mean,
Good news.
Wait, it gets worse. beautiful.
The work of
Oh, I like them. They were smelly, but
Flawless. Yesterday, if I knew Picasso, I would play myself a great guitar and play Mr. Jones and me ran into the furniture. We stare at the beautiful um,
I really thought you were gonna like my quote jokes a lot more, quite honestly.
Red Band left over.
Funny.
Okay.
The homeless.
Mentally and thought about what we wanted specifically and did it in a way that was ritual and did it multiple times and then got exactly what we wanted. Put your energy into it, put your intention into it.
Where does the witchcraft come into this?
Intention is witchcraft. Witchcraft is intention. Absolutely, if you use it.
I love that. Well, very fun to very fun to meet
I want to
you.
have an eagle sex.
Wait, what?
Check that girl excited about bubbles.
There was a whole lot of butt in there. We learned that Red Band like buttholes. Just like food bars and parts. It's all
The whole the way it comes out here.
it's like 6 weeks.
just the sounds.
Okay.
Next come back again, and next time we'll figure out more about you. Hearing a minutes doesn't have to do with all buttholes.
You got it.
No bugs about it. There's Molly. Hail, everybody. Molly Hale. Molly Hale. And she talks about her butt. She doesn't cry that Conjures houses. She doesn't cry that Conjures houses. She's a royal witch. She's a witch girl. This is a very exciting part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This is a first in Kill Tony history. Last week, Michael Lair challenged Jeremiah Watkins to a monologue battle for Rambo. This all started weeks ago. Michael Lair politely asked Jeremiah if he could borrow a wig, to which Jeremiah uppity replied, "Well, I normally don't do that." The rest is history. The rivalry started weeks ago. Tonight it will be settled. The loser of this monologue challenge, the rumor is that the loser will have boiling water poured on them at a later date in the parking lot of the Comedy Store. Again, I repeat, the loser will have boiling water poured on them. It could be Michael Lair, who has debilitating. We might have boiling water on him. This is what they agreed on, people. I don't know. I mean, I just this is official in this. I didn't agree this battle. This was I know.
That's why I'm going to shake your butthole. I want to see your butthole there.
Well, the buds are about to become what, my friend? I don't want you to miss the Rambo monologue. We'll get her a drink. I don't want you to miss this Rambo because I don't know what's going to happen here. I need you to get this done now. So, I need a coin. That's right. I never found that quarter that I brought. Slipped out of my pocket. I have a quarter. So, we're going to flip a coin and then we are going to, depending on which way the coin lands, that's going to decide who goes first and who goes second in this. I'm going to flip a memory card. Very good. That's great right there. Flip a memory card. Okay, let's do it this way. If it's the SanDisk side, Michael Lair will go first. And if it's the blank side with the USB port, Jeremiah will go first. And here we go. All right, that's SanDisk. Ladies and gentlemen, going first tonight, the man who started all of this, doing the final scene from Rambo First Blood. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Michael Lair. Here we go.
Disappeared from the desk, his phone product is fully taken its place, and the audience doesn't officially know why, that it's even his. Before getting into what Martin Reese actually says about
Are you want me to do that one line? Yeah. What is it again? No, can't handle Rambo, it's over.
Nothing's over. Nothing. I destroyed this war unit, and I did everything I had to win, and somebody wanted to let me win. And the lights won't never war, and all these dragons out there for call me names like baby color, with a distinction. They don't know who I've been. They don't know who I've been with. And when my friend brings it's like with I wanna go home and drive my Chevy. I'm like, I can't find your legs. I don't know where your legs are. I think about it every time.
Wow. Bravo. Oh my goodness.
He's down Sylvester Stallone.
That is Sylvester Stallone. I can't believe we got the actual Sylvester Stallone to come here tonight. Oh my goodness, that's Michael Lair.
Yeah, I'm Sylvester Stallone after Rocky 100.
That is incredible. That was very impressive. I thought you were the actual Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, I get that
It
one.
wasn't until you waved just in a normal face in which I realized that that's Michael Lair.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, that's a friend of mine or something, but this whole thing. Yeah, I wish
That was an impressive performance.
Mama train
Indeed, it's going to be very hard to beat that. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we bring out Jeremiah to give his
Jerry?
Jerry Watkins? I can just tell. I don't know this for a fact, but I can almost guarantee he must take that big more than anything.
I've accidentally called him a big fat uncle.
Is it fat?
Oh yeah, Jeremiah is a statement, so we've been kissing us up the Hollywood opportunity.
All right. Well, with no further ado, though, I do believe it's time that we bring him out. This is the man that you challenged in this. This all started because he would not give you a wig. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is. His version of the final scene from Rambo First Blood. I present to you the one, the only, the leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins. Here we go. It's Jeremiah. Oh my goodness, here he comes. Oh my God. Oh shit.
Oh shit!
This doesn't exist yet. Get in mind, and this existed. We ran out automatically. At Skankfest 2025, on their X, Ryan Dillon gets handed a can of Tony's tap water on camera. Lewis confirms what it is. This is Tony and
It's over, Rambo.
It's real. And
It's over!
That's Tony's tap water. Lewis, just know. It's real. I have it. It's not good.
This is my war. You made it! My war!
His reaction is about as deep as it gets. 3 separate ways of saying the same thing in the span of 2 seconds.
I see all those maggots in the airport protesting this thing because it's any killer a kind of our crap.
That's one of the question. Barbecue sauce.
Who are you protesting?
Something like that.
Who are they? Let's get messy and put there and who the hell they yelling about? Give me my friend Joey. Go ahead. You think I want to go home, Johnny? I want to drive my Chevy. I said, we what? I can't find your fucking legs. I can't find your legs. How much is everything? Everything. 7 years. I live with it. Sometimes I wake up. I don't know where I am. Sometimes I don't talk to anybody for a day. Sometimes a week. That's what I have to live with. Wow! Wait. That was such a great performance. Can you do that in your Michael Lair voice?
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Oh.
Oh shit, look at it! This show is completely out of control, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. Next week we will be pouring boiling water on Michael Lair. This is very exciting. I'm kidding. Michael, come back here and take a bow. Come back here, roll backwards. Jeremiah Watkins and Michael Lair. That went. Jeremiah. Oh no, Rambo's dead. Rambo doesn't die. Come on, Rambo. Yeah. What a way above and beyond. That is better than any Rambo. Look at this. I mean, just incredible. Absolutely. I do believe the next Rambo, he is in a wheelchair, so we're really ahead of the curve on this one. Incredible performance, gentlemen. I think it's really tough to decide. How many of you think, by round of applause in this room, how many of you think Michael Lair won that? All right, that's pretty good. How many are my? Actually, that's pretty close. You know what? We're gonna pour boiling water on both of them next week. Yeah. How exciting! An unbelievable performance. MichaelLairComedy.com. Jeremiah Wonders on social media. Jeremiah Watkins on social media. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. He's got a big one this week. Teamed up with Adam Ray to make a little bit of a Dr. Phil Meets the Billionaire, who you saw earlier. It's very, very. Check out Michael Lair's Easter Seals video.
Yeah, give him some views, guys. Tell your friends, man.
Jeremiah is also coming to Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th to the 15th, Minneapolis, August 26th to 29th. Those dates are announced, and they will be canceled as he gets closer to them. But you can buy tickets because
That's how it is.
he's getting the gig, but he will cancel. Whoa, look at the drawn-on muscles there. That is impressive. Donnell Rawlings is the host of the Donnell Rawlings Show. Our first guest back. Come on, guys. I mean, seriously.
I'm telling you, I really appreciate what you guys did. This was unexpected. I wasn't booked. I was just hanging out. I wanted to see who was here. I appreciate what you guys are doing. And all the talent that came to the stage, I know fucking usually when you have an audience, you can feel it, but to be able to perform, this was almost like producing a TV show. You guys doing a good job of it. You guys doing a good job of keeping the Kill Tony brand alive.
Thank you. You absolutely made my night by popping in here. I mean, I just feel so happy. So thank you so much. I'm positive that lost their minds and we brought almost a
I guess that air was right open. One of those podcasts. Really fun.
I love that. The great Chroma Chris was here on the base all night long. He's at Chroma Chris on social media. What else, Chroma?
outside. We had a reservation. So I told Adrian, we gotta go to we can we can call them this time. So they ain't problem. We since we had a basement, so okay. Yeah. It worked out. It worked out.
Hey, so long as it worked out, right?
Hmm. John's birthday was on Friday.
Uh-huh.
John, July 6th. That's something going on. But you never heard of him. You never heard of him. She got me to go up there. She got me
Called up to.
Amy and Avery. She knows it. Yeah,
I know.
she knows it.
I know she knows. Amazing.
For me, I'll go there. She was like, come on, baby. Yeah. I need I had a good time with her. She be exactly. And then she was on me.
Super cool. And they're cool.
She's like, she said, I love you.
Like,
Yeah. I got best friends from there. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, we had a good time.
excellent.
Little band. Like they be happy to see us. You know, her manager, which is I don't think I didn't see my mom. My mom.
If I
Yeah.
met the one that you
Yeah.
super Spotify,
Spotify?
yeah.
Just cover songs and stuff like that. She has she don't do her
And now did she income?
she sings. She just sings, but she be getting down.
Okay.
Video. She be down.
There you go. Well, that's good. Okay. Well, very cool. I'm glad you had a good time. That's tomorrow. Sheen. Man.
Yeah. So boy, he don't have no more. No way he don't have it. So he came out there. So I told you I was gonna come out here. We just got the bunnies.
For you.
Because of my leg, but I be doing my thing.
Good. How long was the total of the concert?
It was like a little show. It's not well. Man, you did not well. That's like 10 something.
$100?
I was interested in it.
Okay. Okay. So still intimate, but big enough to
That place is small. That place is small, but it's crowded. But yeah,
do shows. Okay. Excellent.
yeah. Goes outside and there might be 100, but because they get me hyped up. They know I'm a friend. I'm like, and all that, and all them friends and going on. Yep, they be good. Good. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, it went really well. It was an hour and people on it. So I don't talk that much. Like nobody was like that. There were people who were like, if if it's something that works, then maybe like they might want to try it. there were some people who were like, absolutely not. I don't want to have anything to do with that. And then had some grids that I respect that. They were there, and then it was like 8 people, elected a lot of different people, and then they were going to do a part 2 in August. So that's always good when it's a good sign when it goes again, or like the conversation they want to continue, never do it. Two of the nice, and there were the other people were nice too. And frankly, I haven't met anybody like was kind of mean in here, but like everybody else has been really, really nice and really inquisitive, but like respectful. That's a big word, respectful, and I think that's an important word to have in society. This week I did 3 podcasts I had 4 podcasts that published this week. That's good. And then next week I've got at least 2 lined up, and maybe some others that I've inquired on. So happy about that. And I had some friends who came in here. And probably gonna go to sleep pretty soon, which I do. Later this week it can always pop up. That's okay. That's okay. I a little bit of a break from them. There's some pressure on myself when I do them that you want to do well at everything, and I stress a little bit of you want to make sure they don't cancel you. You want to make sure you don't oversleep. You want to make sure you don't look stupid. All of those things. So. Word, girl, absolutely. Everybody knows what Tamagotchis are. Yeah, I remember they were big. Somebody, and I made sure it lived as long as I could get that thing to live. And I just thought that was so cool. Like the future would be like digital. It was, and people loved them. They kept them on their backpack. I remember it was a big thing for girls, but then some boys got them. I think my parents kind of thought it would probably be too much of a distraction, and they didn't really know much about them, not knowing what they were. I remember you could feed them, and then they died. They had like 3 modes, and then they could be reborn, like they come out of an egg or something. I remember, but yeah, that was the ultimate. Like that was one of those holiday or whatever they want to call them, like the hot gift of the year. They had like like the one time there was Tickle Me Elmo and Furbies and Tamagotchis. That was a big one. Pogs.
They had no,
They had what?
chicken,
Oh,
and no turkey.
Oh yeah.
They had both.
That was one too. That was one. I remember that dog, Nano Puppy. That was a big one. Yeah.
And they had something like a Digimon.
I, it's like, what happened? I thought we were all on board with Thomas. Yeah, I remember that.
Those was the days.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they still got the Tamagotchis back out now. I just seen them on YouTube. They made right because the lady had to restart it. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, you could do all that kind of stuff on a phone now so much better, but it doesn't have the same nostalgia keychain thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm talking about, I used to do it on the phone.
You're working
Yeah,
now,
I
but
used to
no.
play that on the weekend when I was working.
Yeah. I wonder what other things they have it doing nowadays.
I got the YouTube. They got the little bit. Oh my God. So you do tomorrow.
I'm kind of do this. If somebody wants to say that, I always have to make sure to check my schedule. Yes. So I don't have anything to. 2 more hopes.
All right. Tried to kind of mute myself.
Alrighty, man.
Rabbi, liver, and I'm going. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. We drink. Thank you, and you're welcome.
Okie dokie.
The first time I had a cigarette, great. Like what you had is the normal experience. It was just too much. One cigarette I actually liked. I was like, what a head rush. This is kind of cool. I go, now I kind of get it. I get why you guys like this. Interesting. But we were doing this thing that I had to always be smoked. So we had doing it all. Like that person's gonna get sick and die. You never let them lose control of their life. It's fine. They're using it down. They kind of look cool with it. It's like you look at an actor doing it, or someone like a cop that shows them all. Yeah, Jimmy Chalamet. That's why. And I go, that's in France or something. I just got a snapper for the other one. What is the smell is terrible, right? And it destroys your clothes. And it's very bad for your health. But it is one of those things. And if you lose you or raise the price, how an Android where they smoke like crazy, there's actual cancer on the fucking cartons. You find out it's been like people when he was like a photo of like over. This is terrible. You know, Toby Carvery, like where you can just like this later on Sunday roast and Yorkshire pudding and stuff. But for the most part, the portions are smaller. But people are looking at it in that. But they drink more and they smoke. World Cup fans losing their minds over Taco Bell, ranch, and unlimited refills. Yeah. Okay. Because they get sick. When they come here, they get sick. Went into the buckets, and you're from Czechoslovakia or some shit. The most American places, as you've said, have this gas station, but it's also like a weird theme park of food and all kinds of other shit that you could need. Yeah, this guy, dude, LMAO. This is a gas station. Yeah, but you see how big they are. You could go buy, those are alien to them. You could buy these in a bucket or jars and things. Like, you know, like, it's all, they all think we're preppers. Because if you go to like a big grocery store chain, you're buying food for a long period buy stuff for like. But also about this, but they also think that like lose access. Like a truck where I can store shit. Tiles until the movie was finished editing. Oh, that's why. Sure. That, you know, they were like, we own you. Editing. So if you want to go on a vacation, that's where producers live. Yeah. There's beautiful pictures on estates that just seem completely got a place. Totally beautiful and from another time. From another time. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You know, that you get the vibe that you're Tino made a brother. Like you're not living in the thing anymore. You're living like it was cool 20 years ago or 15 years ago. He's slowly becoming Detroit. Interesting. Yeah. The only thing that might see is the weather. The weather will help, right? Industry, the big industry, regardless of whether I was the big economic industry, the industry in terms of like cultural value, like getting people to move there. So, always show us. Yeah. And movies and over-regulated areas. Yeah, and most people are making things all over the world. Thinking what's going to come here, no matter what. Right? That's the Gavin Newsom attitude, but right, Ben's California, right? So how great, you know, with a fifth mile, you know, they wonderful statistics. And this is like, instead of acknowledging, I think for the first time ever, more than they're coming here, losing all these giant corporations that are leaving, instead of that, it's just this, where the shit, no one's, yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm pretty big on California, bullish on California. It's always going to be amazing here. Well, what every empire said until they fell, right? Yeah, we are the thing. Oh, it's so weird. We'll walk right through the Coliseum. Well, listen, never happened again. Right. When we land LA, I looked to the right, and that warehouse was on fire with 85 billion or 85 million tons of chemicals in a warehouse. So the fire was like a multi-day. And you're looking at the window, and you're just in my apartment, there was a car on fire, and as I was landing, the warehouse was on fire. And you start thinking, like somebody wants us out. Like it almost feels like we're being by nature. By nature. Well, by nature of stupidity of humans. It's no different than stupidity of animals. Do you think it comes back and any problem is just a bunch of people that are in the empathy industry. Yeah. And a chunk of their money is going to that kind of shit. I did a great show at Ocean. In Atlantic City. Seen out there and the owner of that casino. That are not, for whatever reason, productive, they're living in one area, and everything that comes along with that, which is crime, which is vandalism, which is disorder to varying degrees, and you need to get rid of it in order to have a climate where businesses 100%. Which is what happened in New York in the 90s. I hated it. They don't want to ban it. But what happened in New York cut a lot of the crime and a lot of businesses that felt better about what he did. And his name got his legacy was amazing. He's hung around for a while. So it's one of those scenarios where it's clean to New York City. And like public life would have been like that guy. Right. But he hung around a little bit. You're going to do shows. I know he's going to do stand-up. That's right. He was going to do shows. And he did such a good thing. Conference. A lot of people that want power. I think a lot of that. They got some interesting. Quickly balance privacy, your own rights, what rights you don't have. Like, I feel like that will be, might take precedent instead of like for a while. You know, artificial intelligence. Probably command. If you don't have a voice anymore, this is the potential nightmare scenario that we're seeing. Like, so crazy. You're a piece of shit. You all know that. So my client just left. They were confused. They hit a button. So as soon as you have people that feel that the reality of the world is not to complain about it right now it's for immigration. But that would change. That would change. Well, it does seem to be that they feel there was like this subject immigration is doing it the most articulate way. It's their right to do it. It's their country. About increased levels of immigration. You know, and they should be able to say that in an eloquent way, right? So what they're doing now is policing certain words and I think certain ways of speaking and things inciting to violence. Now some things clearly are an incitement to violence, but you know, the internet people speak colorful way. Using irony is I think the way that they're doing it over there is on what they're saying. And then there's also people who are getting arrested for saying that they were raped. They were. And we have rape gangs here, Clark. Ours are more successful. Legal social media posts. Weird. So legal, right? Their laws against the violation of the law. Right. So legal, it could just be they went too far, playing like cartoons or something that was not clearly not inciting violence. Find out, Jamie, what that report was about the I was just there 21 days. Talk to different groups of people and who are and you know, I think one of the things that you know and so they're not full on badly in London because immediately what jobs will do. And a lot of their cultures vary greatly from the English culture in a meaningful way. And that could be the right to be the rights of gay people, that could be it's about freedom of speech, freedom of religion, whatever it is, there is a culture coming in at a very established society that's been around for a very long time. This episode of Farmer's Dog, here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs who maintain a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer on average than dogs who are overweight. Isn't that wild? And also, why is eating big scoops of processed kibble still the status quo for most dog owners? Healthy alternatives exist for dogs. They love it. They eat it up quick. It smells good to them. Their recipes are made with real meat and fresh vegetables that are gently cooked to retain nutrients, which helps avoid overfeeding and makes weight management easier. It isn't getting more time with our foreplay is best something every dog owner wants. The answer to that is obviously. So try, just go to the farmersdog.com/Rogan. This offers for new customers only. That's amazing. Sure. Bring everyone. And so they got enough Muslim people there. And then this guy says, yeah, they're inching towards what they would like, yes, which is Sharia law. You ask for sure. Most people live in these Islamic countries. Now, again, if you ask them, they're probably under duress. They're probably terrified of saying the wrong thing. Right. So you've got to factor that in. But at least they there's big Sharia law. And this was covered up to a lot of the rape gang inquiry report, right? So who members of parliament and Restore Britain party leader Rupert Lowe. And so such ability to compel witnesses will require sort of dog production that corroborates some of the most heinous victims of sexual terrorism. Yeah, this is terror, obviously. They said it was 250,000. And this was covered up because the media didn't want this, but it is something that, in a free society, everyone has the right to know if there are rape gangs in their country which operate. Isn't that crazy? Under the presidents. Yeah, it's crazy. But it's not shocking because the ends justify the means approach of politics. What we're doing right now is to just eliminate, whatever it's being called, like this patriarchal, white, dominated society. And if you want to get rid of that, and that's the end goal. A lot of people know what happens. Like a lot of people are super concerned about their end goal really is to power of design, and I don't know where it comes from, but it's sorry that this is all happenstance because everybody knows it's happening and people are afraid to talk about it. So I would imagine that at some point, example, like Ireland right now. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their economic. Because if you bring in more money, you can artificially grow the economy, which is what they're doing. A lot of people in Europe are not having so a lot of these concerned about their cultural landscape. Workers, a lot of these third world countries, people coming for better life. People that live in those countries that have a better life. That's the question. If you live in Ireland, do you get to have a better life? Do your economic prospects get to grow? Do your children get to own property, health insurance, and a job? And no one seems that concerned about that. Like these citizens who live in these countries grandparents have fought like wars and to not be as prioritized as people from other countries. And that's one of the big problems that they're having. Well, it's really interesting. Don't care that nations have cultures and histories and customs and get the basic, responses to just deal with it. And to call everyone a racist questions it. Or to say everyone's they want to take care of you and every other way. So they just want to go around the world and say, here's the economic country. On social media, they're going to get kicked off. And streets, they're going to use, military authority to fire water cannons at or shut down gas or whatever. And if there's a infiltrate it and turn it into some psychotic nut job. That's what I am and how to make my living. Someone's design. This isn't happenstance. None of this has to happen. We don't have to invade countries. I don't care how we get it. I don't care how we achieve it. And I think that's very possible. Like it's this uniform standard is supposed to include non-binary art students and religious Muslims from North Africa. Good luck. But maybe that's the people that if you do bring those people, they're going to hate the most. These are most likely say we should have some order that keeps some person from coming illegal. The one that is the most, I think, are bringing people, many people in this. These are people that haven't spoken to years. And they care about people in the Ukraine that are coming over from Syria. But we fund Syria. Guy of it, and you can't take Israel out of it. You can't take the U.S. It's pretty stabilized countries, European countries. It's kind of crazy when you see images of France. There's a video of France from 1998 from Paris. Yeah. Versus today. Yeah. The world thing, listen, some of that's inevitable changes in Ireland, which I'm against. And some guy, a migrant who had beheaded, or damn near beheaded, tried to. And there's a video of it. And now Belfast, like, it's probably quiet again now, but like tremendous riots. We're burning things down because, like, we're never going to vote on this. We're never going to vote on that. No one ever asked us how much demographic change we wanted in our country and how quickly and what we were prepared to do. No one ever asked that. People don't like to hear it. New York City works to the degree it does because people can go out and get jobs because the economic reality of the city is that it can support a stagnant economy like many parts of the UK. But we are people also are struggling. So now you think that this is completely disruptive society. Yes. I believe this is what I believe. I believe no one, for example, no one's trying to get anyone in this country going. There's a lot of people now, a lot of them are my age, who have never owned a home, trying to, no one just wants them. They've forgotten what owning a home feels like. They've forgotten what smoking a cigar, tight, running out of radicalized, in any direction. They've said they don't feel like they have a foundational core to that's really get that. So just one of the things where people are, they're basically saying like, no, you don't need a house. And if it is, it gets shut down immediately. So it's coming and it has to do a lot of stuff with health. And it's going to help extend life spans and but about capital that one job joblessness. So for sure, I think that this is like obviously something's coming. Something's coming for sure. And I don't know what it is. I'm sure the AI Depends on it that a lot of these companies are, tech companies have, are totally past. But if you look at what they're doing, it's very different than that. Other than the orange parties, and then you have AI, which makes no sense. It's going to be like a million times the smartest human that's ever lived. Right. Like the goal is to create literally a digital god, control by not us, not the collective race. It's going to be controlled. Well, that's why you're not getting to those integration levels. I think the reality is that eventually you're going to go, you want safe streets, you want food, you want a little bit of money, you got to do X, Y, and Z. You got to leave X, Y, and Z. They'll go to comfort, and they will trust in their government. We have in our government. Just as positive as negative. But they're a society of rules and customs and order. And it is, we really do question more what's happening. They have socialized health care, isn't there education paid for completely? Good stuff, they have a good life. There's benefits to that. There's like a balance to be achieved. I've always said that in this country. It's foolish that we don't pay for higher education. As losers, the better. Part of our country is where we manufacture a lot of manufacture a lot of psychopaths. That's the thing that comes right. So, and they don't even realize that outward gluttony just inspires all these rich people. The whole thing is out of balance. That's what I would describe America. If you had to describe it in 3 words, it's just out of balance. Out of balance. And it's hard because we've got 350 million Menlo Park. Start, complaining it or anything. I do think it's very strange, just ignore it forever. It's gonna do something weird. I'll tell you that. It's not gonna be normal, but whatever it's coming over 20 years, no one is fascinating with it. They are moving into this interesting area of this is God wants this. J.D. Vance, who's not the worst person, heinous voice in that administration about the Iran war, for sure. I think he's by far one of the only people in there going, a lot of the big donors are slinging money. But again, it's just he just released his face. I'm sure he's a lot of fun. Haven't read it. On Petrie. J.D. chances we can have great. But you know, it's also interesting because like some of the guys, and it's all of these worlds existing together, where you have this world of people who are trying to build a god, and the world of people who already believe in a god.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Pimp?
She said that she was going to watch my favorite movie tomorrow. And I say Monday.
All right. Hey. She gonna masturbate on. You never know. I mean, it's a question. Not necessarily inappropriate. It's a physical act. Where's your boy?
Rylan?
Yeah, let's tell him about it. No. Call him. Here, I. 2 or 3 hours. Shitty ass movie that you like. May or may not be an amazing movie. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Did he pick?
I'm cool.
I was like, dude, I gave him a challenge. I was like, hey. And they like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. It's like, dog. Did he pick up? Why don't you think he picked up, big dog? Is that your question? Why don't you think he picked up?
Probably in the bathroom.
Dog, that's all that motherfucker does. But I light a fire under his ass to get anything done. It's always got to be on his time, which I understand, but yeah, I'd like him to be. But that's okay. Everybody can think. My question to you is this: Are you ready to lose? Zeus, you're gonna lose. I know. What are the odds that he comes?
Who did you ask?
Here, I went to the loss yesterday. All right, I'm gonna send you a real
How do you think?
easily. They're dominating. Are you ready to see? You need an even better shot. That's a devastatingly bad shot. I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's going in the water. 8. You hit the tree, the roof. Zoo. Too bad you, my friend, are down 1 hole to none. And I'm gonna show dominance. Hit that fucking tree. Ten out of 10. Incorrect on that. You need to make this shot. Your entire career. You just tied one
I
of
told you it was a 10 shot. It was a good shot.
It was a good shot.
Now, is this going to be a good shot?
This is one of the best shots you've ever seen.
That was perfect.
But I'm never the second shot here. That was not good.
Now, I got it in the first shot.
Are you proud of that shot?
The bad
We are.
shape wasn't in the way. Shot. The shape's the way.
And now you're done. You're not touching me on this hole. Oh no. Oh, that was devastating. I took the shot too quickly. Wow, what a great shot. Dude, you got spanked in this round. Just absolutely. I hate this hole. Dude, you've seen me do well on single hole. I'm so bad at this one. No way that's a good or what you're trying to do. Good. Terrible. You don't know who Tim Dillon is?
Nah. I mean, he's never met Henry Wilson.
Tim Dillon is this chubby Long Island comic who is gay, but you'd never know he was gay except for the fact that he talked about sucking the D. But he looks like a fratty, and he's so funny. And he's like the one comedian, except for maybe Shane Gillis, who doesn't really fear Joe Rogan. Like all the other comedians, especially Tony Hinchcliffe and everybody else, they all fucking fear Joe so much. And they want to get on his good side and they want to make sure chip and stuff. And Tim Dillon has this hilarious story where he's like, have you ever been inside the green room of the comedy mothership? It's literally like the most fun. Well, la di da. Well, guess what? Welcome to Austin. You're gonna love it. And you're like, oh, it's okay. And they're like, no, you don't understand. You're gonna love it. We love it. And they're like, okay, well, I mean, I don't know if I love it that much. They're like, no, you don't understand. You're, you're gonna love it. And he tells Mark, who has experiences and the mothership at the comedy mothership, and he wasn't having a good stand-up session, and all of a sudden I'm watching about of his life. It's not going his way, and I have this feeling in the back of my head like somebody's watching me, and I turn around and it's Joe Rogan, and he's bombing Tim, and Tim's like, I know he's bombing. I know he's just having an off night or whatever. I know he's bombing. He's like, and Joe's like, he can't bomb. If he's going to perform here, he can't bomb. And Tim is like, I know he can't. I understand that. I don't know what's going on. This is well, he's not. He can't bomb. It's like something that he serious, and Sharon tells him to the stage basically, and uh, the opener's like, hey, I know it didn't go smoothly. Like it could have gone better. And Tim's like, no, it. Are you serious, dude? you need to leave. And the, no, you don't understand. Tim's like, no, you don't understand. You need to get, like 6th Street be going right onto the street. And Tim's like, no. You don't understand. I don't care where you go. I'll be here because Joe Rogan thinks that you bought. Tim Dillon's really fucking funny. If you have, I would say if there's one of the comedians in the world right now, I wouldn't. I would actually say that's a pretty good list. I Tim Dillon do stand up live though, and I've never seen Shane Gillis do stand up live, or I haven't seen theirs. But I can tell you that their interviews are hilarious, and they're some of the best podcasters in the game. What up?
You saying that?
But in the United States, yeah, he was at one time. Not just that, he was the biggest person on television for like 8 straight years. He was stand up. Yeah, I was in almost kids. He started doing stand up comedy, and I'm not saying he's not funny, but, as a like somebody who I could just be like, wow, that is so true. I could do it with Seinfeld, but Gillis, yeah, you know that. Sure, I don't even really know if I.
That was a time watching this thing where that Dave got on stage and did comedy, and someone was just like from the bathroom, and I was just like, I didn't know Dave was a comedian before. Like his
That's definitely true. He was on Cosby Show. And he was on, there were a lot of really funny people on Saturday Night. He was there, strongest on Saturday Night. Chris Farley, um, But
I mean, they did have Sabrina Carpenter on the third.
oh yeah, in terms of who they get, the people who have on it are like Elon Musk has done it. You name it, everybody's basically done it. Done it. Yeah, Michael Jackson never did it. He was too big. Heyday. They had Christina like that's the list that you need, not the ones who have. Big right here we go. Big Washington Roberts are among the most prominent stars who have never hosted a Saturday Night Live. But the thing is, they're like another and musicians have. So some people have, but they haven't. They weren't on the show. They didn't host it. Uh, Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, and appearances or monologue spots, they've not committed to a full hosting gig. But everybody else has done it. Celebrities have explicitly turned it down. Um, though Carey and Hart have since hosted multiple times. Aside from that list that have Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, Julia Roberts, Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, Sacha Baron Cohen, like Will Ferrell's done it, Tom Green's done it, uh, Zoot the who's the best communicator? Ben. No. Everybody's favorite. Yeah. It's really not. It's footwork.
With a cigarette at the end of it. Yeah, like 1920s and no, it's the worst thing because the smell is terrible. Right. And it destroys your clothes. Yeah. It's very bad for your health, obviously. But it is one of the, like a dead baby. They were like low birth weight. And cares? They smoke more over there than anywhere over there. They don't eat the way we eat. They don't get it. There's something called recovery, like where you can just ladle on Sunday roast Yorkshire and stuff. Most part, the portions are smaller in that sense. But they get sick when they come here. They get sick because there's chemical. Somebody was telling me they went to Buc-ee's and there was the soccer teams were at Buc-ee's for the first time and they just of course. Imagine that's one of the first experiences you have in America. You walk into a Buc-ee's. Yeah, you're from. It's also like a weird theme park of food and all kinds of this guy, dude. Look, you see how big they are. Yeah, you could go buy the Costco's or Alien mayonnaise in a bucket. Things that you would keep, it's all, they all think we're preppers. If you go to seem slightly paranoid. Oh yeah, one of the news. Oh yeah. Well, but I lived in LA. When I was young, I had an apartment. Specifically, I need a truck, a truck where I can store a lot of shit in it, and it can literally drive over a mountain. Wow. And I've left LA multiple times to make that drive. Not enough of a monster drives because your block is on fire. It pushes overturned cop cars on fire.
What happened? Frozen? You can't hear.
I can hear. It was true.
No.
No,
I wasn't. I was just getting water.
No, but it was frozen.
Take half of it. You got all.
Do you want to see?
Hair appointment. dermatologist. You don't have anything but the whole day to relax. From sun up to lady.
It is 37.
23 were you?
Take it at this time.
Too well.
Do anything as I take it at this.
Take half of it. And you'll sleep till 10.
I can't take this. I gotta take that thing. This thing is too small.
Be in pain for the next 5 hours to take it. You already woke up at you already awoke in the middle of the night.
Okay.
And there you go. Just put it in your mouth. Down the good. Huh. You did it. You go to bed.
Nothing. Okay, hold on. Bye. Bye about. Okay, right.
Shout out to Mr. Curtis.
All right, sweet dreams.
Pasadena was where all the like producers honored. Yeah, and from LA, you get the vibe that there's some help. Like it was what really big cultural value on getting moved there was always Showman's. Yeah, and that. They overtaxed and that's the Newsom attitude. We're the fifth, we were the largest economic blah, 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 blah. You know, he starts to rattle up all these wonderful statistics. And this is like, instead of acknowledging if we got fucking where they shit and no one's, yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm very big on calories. Oh, it's something weird. We'll go walk right through the Coliseum. Well, listen to it. I looked to the right, and that warehouse was on fire with 85 billion or 80 tons of chemicals. Fire. And you start thinking to yourself, somebody doesn't want us here. Like, it almost feels like we're being addicted by nature, by bad decisions, by everything, which is the stupidity of humans. It's no different than the stupidity of animals when they go extinct. Do you think it comes back and shot and each chance has to happen? Right, something big has to happen. I mean, there's something that completely shifts the way people know. The great show in Atlantic City, which was a casino, was talking to me. I said, what would fix Atlantic City? Because Atlantic City has some similar problems to LA. But he was telling me, he goes, we have just a high amount of social programs in one area. You have a lot of people that are not, for whatever reason, productive. And they are living in one area, and everything that comes along with that. That in order to have a climate where businesses, such as what happened in New York in the 90s, people hate it, they don't want to admit it, but what happened in New York in the 90s was like, they did clean up a lot of the crime, and just asked Giuliani, what are you doing now? And he's demonized. He's demonized. He's one of those guys. and died, his legacy would have been amazing. That's right. And it was, just exit. It was also, they can only offer their, if not everyone who's talking about immigration will get the most articulate way, but it's their right to do it. It's their country. They should be able to say, things clearly are violent, but the internet, people speak in a colorful way. People talk I think looking at these statements look good, right? What they're right. And then there's also people working for it. And so this new report, who first 2026? But I just saw a thing of my guy getting arrested like a few days ago. I think that's a legal social media post is what weird. So legal illegal social media posts. Right. Their law is different than our law. It says legal. It could just, they went too far. Now, Jamie, what that gang, I was just there for 21 days in London. You talk to different groups of people, and London's a global city, it's a mountain city, it's like New York. And, I think one of the things that, they're used to diversity there. And so they're not full on panicked about different types of people coming in. But there is undeniably a real problem of London because a lot of the economy is stagnant. Interest there and that could be women, that could be the rights of gay people, that could be the opinions about freedom of speech, that could be freedom of religion. There is a cultural tension there between the various now. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. 1.5 years longer, dogs who are overweight. Is eating big scoops of processed kibble. Still, the culture is good to them. It smells good to me. That are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients. The mayor, and then this guy says, yeah, for sure. Most live in these Islamic countries, say the wrong thing. At least that there's a big Sharia law would be a great idea. I think there's certainly I mean, this was covered up to a lot of that grooming analysis. This is those who are this endemic collective return nationwide for decades. This is terrible. I mean, obviously, there was 250,000. A lot of inflamed anger under the guise of progressive. Yeah. Well, 100%. It's crazy. But it's incredibly shocking because it ends justify the need of politics. Seems to be more that's the end goal, a lot of people ignore what happens in the middle. Like a lot of people aren't super concerned about whose rights are being respected in that process because their end goal really is to kind of decrease the power of, so I mean, it's like, you know, it's hard to look at this and not see a design, and I don't quite know exactly where the design comes from, but it's odd that this is all happenstance because everybody knows it's happening and people are afraid to talk about it. So I would imagine that at some point, for example, like countries like Ireland right now that are having lots of issues over this, it's, they're part of the EU, and the EU would set migration. The EU is a supranational organization that would basically, here's your, monetary policy, whatever it is. It's kind of in that sense, they feel like they're losing their sovereignty. They're losing their ability to chart the course of their own country to a supranational organization that primarily seems concerned with the economics, because if you bring in more migrants, you can artificially grow the economy, which is what they're doing. A lot of people in Europe are not having children. So a lot of these economies are run by people that are not really too concerned about the cultural landscape of bringing migrants out. How do we grow this economy? How do we get it seems like these grand freedom of some those citizens seem to not be as prioritized as people coming in. But it's not interesting. It's interesting in that both. It can be both. Whose plan and whose benefit that primarily matters, that don't care that nation states have cultures and history and custom that doesn't them as much. And their basic response is just deal with it and to call everyone a racist. What's his name? Or anti-immigrant or whatever. They shut this that have their own ability to govern themselves. They want to take that power economically from those people, and then they want to take going to use, military abuse gas or whatever all the time. Not to sound like a nut job, but that's what I have and how I make my living. But I think it is clearly somewhat design. This isn't happenstance. None of this. And factors might be that they want conflict. The more conflict people have in the streets, the less they're going to be. The more chaos in the street, the more willing to accept new laws. Laws, these technology, yeah. And you're going to just say, I want peace, and I don't care how we get it, I don't care how we achieve it. Yeah. The road a little bit to where people want to marry art students and religious Muslims from North Africa. Yeah. Good luck. But it's amazing the people. People say we should have some border that keeps some person from coming. These are people that haven't spoken to their fun. It's going to be a fun next 50 years. Images, video threats from 1998 repairs. Yeah, to like 1998. We had it in the streets wrong. And they had some guy, a migrant who had been brought in, he had damn near beheaded, tried to. And now Belfast, like, you know, because like, we never got a vote on this. Vote on bringing the people. We never got a vote on that. No one ever asked us how quickly and what we prepared to do. No one ever asked our popular things a problem. Guys on a very productive economy. So New York City works to the does because people can go out and get. That's a lot of hard. It's a harder sell. Harder to assimilate people to a landscape. Great prospects economically aren't good. And now you're bringing all these people who also are struggling to find work. So that's part of the problem. With a strategy, knowing that AI is about to completely disrupt society. Yes, what I believe for example, no one's again. There's a lot of people now. A lot of them are my, and no one's trying to. No one feels like to have a yard, invite people over and drink a glass of wine, smoke a cigar, and watch a game. And they live in a little apartment, they type, any direction or say they have a foundational core to their life, giving them the idea that they're going to get that. So you don't need a house, and you're not. Forget what owning a house was. Forget that. And I think part of this is because they know healthcare. There's no real movement in healthcare in this country, and if it is, it gets shut down immediately. So, on the positive side, you might go, well, the AI is coming, and then AI is going to do stuff with health, going to help extend life spans. But also, on the side, they go, AI is going to. We're not going to have people owning homes and cars and things like that. We're going to have a lot of people without a steady income, or they don't really know what to do. We're going to have a lot of wealth that's existed, a lot of capital, and we're going to have tremendous inequality. We're going to have a lot of joblessness. So, for sure, I think that there's no way you can look at landscape because you're selling the country off for parts. And this is both parties, and this is they're selling it off for parts. So, obviously, something's coming. Something's coming for sure. And I think so much of our GDP depends. A lot of these companies are but Anthropic, these are creepy companies. They're just creepy with the amount of power. Yeah, a lot of tech companies have in general. There's never been corporations. Unless you go back this big AI, which just recently said is going to be a billion times smarter than the smartest human that's ever lived. Right. This is the goal. The goal is to create literally a job, and it's going to be by not us, not the collective human race. It's going to be controlled by select few people. And we're just trusting them. Well, that's why you're not getting product integration levels, or you're not going to get, like that from Y and Z, you got to believe X, Y, and Z. And that seems to be coming. And it seems like if you put people in the corner and get them scared, they'll smoke for coke. They will back down. They'll go along with a lot of stupid shit. They'll try to find comfort, and they will listen to people that they need to be worthy. Yeah, they'll trust the government, which is wild. The left is the people that trust the government. Well, you have all these studies that come out. This is the thing that I like. I love London, and the people there are great. They're fun people and everything like that. But they have because they get healthcare. They get a little more from their government than we do. There's more trust in them in order, and they are more likely to go along with the grand plan of the government, more so than the United States, where we really do question because, you know, we didn't talk about anything. It's honest people that don't care. That's the thing to realize that outworked a lot of me just to inspire all these rich people. The whole thing is out of bounds. 50 million. It's like that room, yeah, get it. Your place. It has people with different interests. But I think AI might unite people because, like, the idea of this, getting cognizant of it eventually and start talking about it. You know, I do think it is going to be, you know, very strange time. If people, you know, just ignore it. But tech guys start adopting Christianity. What's he doing? He's giving a fucking lecture of the Antichrist. A bunch of lectures. The only people in there going, let's calm it down, which is why great, inspiring, amazing. We'll get to it. Have you read it? We'll get to it. Here. But you know, it's also interesting because like some of his donors are huge tech guys. Third, where you have this world of people who are trying to analyze all of those people in the same intent. That's interesting. The natural process feelings the curiosity, insatiable need for technological innovation. What happens once we get gone? Like once we let's say we bring this gone, and then what happens? Nirvana. That's perfect. Interesting. So we all merge, and that's perfect. Interesting. Point in time, cavemen had to be able to stick with tendons, right, and then chase spear them. And now these motherfuckers invent guns, right? These motherfuckers invent arrows, and yeah, with every progression of tech, changed everything. Keeps going, and then one day they'd be horrified. But do you think, like, if you show your 20, do you think the guys now have a real idea of what it's going to be? No. That'd be interesting. I think there's a lot of guess possible. I don't think it's possible. thing is that people in California that's cost how much money? How much traffic is done up there when you can have AI do that? But if something's a million times going to go, where do we go? Rail station for this fat fox. Seriously, it's going to go, why wouldn't you build a rail station for these people so they can get drunk and go fight each other? How about we get rid of to do that because we can make you travel. Technology, and I know it's made the world in many ways, but in a lot of ways it hasn't. And it stopped around 2014, 2015. A lot of the new things started that came in, made the world, to me, very, very impersonal. Yeah. And the experiences, and now, like, there was like McDonald's, and like you hear some woman screaming at it, what's ridiculous when you take people to have no purpose, right? Especially considering we're unemployed people, now people, and then people that have whatever their job is, it has nothing to do with what they enjoy. So if they people, just watching their phone, playing video games, there's a lot of people that don't have any purpose. They don't have a feeling purpose. They don't have a thing that they're connected out to. But some experiences levels, measurable anxiety over time. I guarantee you, from like whatever the age of the internet kicked in. So it's like what, 94 or something like that. I think you probably slow. Social media came up, and then it's probably breath. We're very, attached to this idea that they have to weigh in on everything. That they have to have a fully formed opinion on everything. And the horrors of the world are on full display in front. That's we're really good at one thing. Anything about something that was happening, they had worldwide. They didn't have the knowledge. And they weren't forced into express that opinion. And you were able to live in a very, much simpler way, in a much happier way. Real, genuine connections to people. I think the fact that nobody feels like they're able to do that, the youngers or whatever, the schools, institutions, churn out a lot of garbage, and I think they're to, some of the crypto stuff, they're into like, they're self-starters, everyone I grew up with, and the generation directly under me, they're all institutionalists. They believe very strongly that knowledge is given through an improved, whether you're and like you, or whether it's an do not think for themselves. They're in their 30s or 40s. They don't think for themselves. They've been taught that thinking for themselves is bad. It can lead you down a road that you don't want to go on. It's whatever. It's misogynist. It's like whatever questions you're asking. Why do the Padres have to wear gay uniforms? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like as a gay, what is it? Why does this help anyone? That a corporation is trans? Why is what's the point? I don't understand. This is get people healthcare. Does this make people happy? Does this satisfy? It makes some people happy, and it makes just lost 11 points. Like, when did my bank come out as gay? And like I'm okay with it, but could we do it? This doesn't make anybody's life better. It is just virtue signaling horseshit that ends up doing the exact opposite of what they want. They think it increases racism. To a restaurant. I have no problem with Scientology. On record. By the way, I like it. I like cults. Children That's just an aside. It's just an aside. It's truly. But it's way he's trying to stop Tom Cruise. Yeah. He's in there. Tanks? Can you imagine how gross that would be? How just Bruce went out and he's like, sorry, Top Gun. They said, we'll audit you, we'll put you in the box, you're fine, give us some money, live on this mansion. It's all fine. When Scientology, I would go, to me, I think it's like people house and go, I'm a good person. Now, torn apart by people who need to feel like they're and I don't care. Because my friends are not good people. I wouldn't even introduce them to other people I care about. Okay, you should be able to go, I like that guy, he's entertaining. It's crazy. minimize that, sure he was. He's fun sometimes. And you should be able to do that. Oh, sure, ideas. Some wild people out there. They're fun. And then the problem is, generation they're all very like destiny. They all went to the same little art schools that have taught them like this orderly way of processing information, and they're all afraid to they say things and say, well, can't there be? Well, that's and there's a lot of they're so because they've been programmed their entire lives to believe a certain set of to stay in it. That is where they derive their self-worth from. So their entire world crumbles if you challenge any of their ideas. Are chronically online, like most of us are these days. Network should be too visible. You get GN unlimited hotspot. Yeah, and it's because the whole thing acts like a religion. It acts like a cult with every aspect of it. It's cool. With a lot of people that I speak is that they seem genuinely crazy talk. Even if it was, is it consensual or not? Is it just saying wild things? Be careful. But if they could released a bunch of slaves from the United States and sent them slavery. Has had a proof button, and now he's a priest. He's a preacher, and he gave his love to Jesus Christ, and now. He would talk about Lions kind of do that, or was that human sacrifice? They did a lot of human sacrifice. Along with the Aztecs. What happened under depiction? Mary was established in 1822 by the American Colonization Society as a refuge for formerly enslaved and free-born black Africans. So you find that general button and you gotta go. This whole story's okay. Jeez, yeah. On this zone, show several dozen fighters operating under the Monrovia area with his unit. How do you say his name? Malahi. Became known as wearing only shoes and magic charms, and eventually adopted the nom de guerre's dress in line with his distorted emulation of his tradition, believed could make one immune to bullets. To fund his wartime activities, drugs for his fighters, Malahi and to explaining them to them that killing people was a game, and it extend the crimes they committed. Was the alleged atrocities perpetrated, according to Malahi, including murders, cannibalism, and human sacrifice. Now, by the way, I would here's an open invitation. Here's my open invitation. Look, your Jesus on shirt. Let him looks like Beetle General was naked. Seeing a dude naked with a dong flopping. Imagine that there are there's a shot, and it's not unusual for a road. Like just chaos taking its way into these protected bubbles, and that's what's freaking people out. We live in a very forest. Which is obviously, it's not to minimize their truck or to live in an extreme country. And, it also makes a lot of sense why the people in those third world countries would want to leave them and go to other places for opportunity. Immigration's had a lot of positive impacts. to change to dramatic. The Iran war proved that, militarily, our military is obviously brave. Men and women, they're amazing, but has made military campaigns very difficult. So I think our vulnerability to threats foreign and domestic, we're more aware of that now than we have ever been, how fragile societies are. So graphically change a society very quickly, which has never happened historically. It took wars, long periods of immigration. Now it's overnight. People have to enjoy new cultural and sometimes economic reality. Societies are very fragile, and you've got to be very careful about how you alter and change a society, because if you do it quickly, there's a tremendous variety of goods and services. A lot areas where the economies have stagnated, areas where maybe you had pretty safe, doing what they want, and then you have this influx of people have no poverty. Now war-torn country. And not everyone's going to be General Bunday. Who becomes a Christian pastor, and it's probably lovely now. Probably see him in HEB, you're like, sweetheart. Ate a few people, children maybe, but now it's better. That guy, not everyone's going to convert. Not everyone's going to be, you're going to bring people in that are people to an extent of their environment, like we all are. So the idea that, we've got a blessed right in these countries. So the courtship rituals in these countries are different. The familial relations are different. That's just the way it is. So, and a lot of people there are like that. So, those beliefs and systems of be living in Ireland, I respect it. And I'm not saying that it's all like throughout the entire Islamic world. I think there's a lot of diversity, and there are lots of countries. There's arguments safer than they are in America. But there's a lot of countries where that's not the case, and women have far fewer rights, and it's pretty barbaric. And I don't know why would change just in a different physical location. Like you're inviting in something that so this is the I can fix it version of it. And to an extent, cultural attitudes do change over time. People do assist. That's not a complete ridiculous thing. to think, but they really believe that once all these people come to these countries and see how great it is, what's interesting about what Andy was talking about, how poor people in India don't live on the street, they live in slums, which is better. It's better to live in slums than the street, because a lot of poor people are with their families, and they won't cast their family out. Family in America almost family means nothing. And like that's reinforced. Like I am an argument with my father. His wife has different political views on certain things. So we haven't spoken in a little bit. My cousin is getting married. And it is reinforced how little family means. Because, like, doctors will tell you, your father cares. So, it's basically a thing where, like, realize how deeply rooted and culture and tradition. And then we come from a country where, like, oh, very little is. I'm not saying people don't have great families here, but, like, you know, America is about you. Your sister, fuck her. If your mother disagrees with you, block her. That's our country. And that's unheard of. Like, that's unheard of. Like, it doesn't happen. And, you know, many to be like, in India, there's, like, a lot less of a drug problem in certain areas that he would wonder why. And he goes, well, disgrace their family, even poor people. Even poor people feel like, I don't want to be a drug addict because my family's going to. Whereas here, it's culturally point where people have children. Family means very little. What has replaced that is clearly the state and corporations and ideology. So they the percentage of the interactions you have with people now social media. So I think that like that world, we have a pretty secular world. So interesting. Interesting. But did you all do it? Yeah, I'm kind of sure. Are you thinking about it? I'm thinking about maybe. It's personally. Years ago, was he's what is his exact discipline? He's doing these things in a country where it's legal, where you fly there and you do a 5-hour DMT experience intravenous. He's a chemical pharmacologist, neurobiologist, and one of the most world's leading experts on psychedelics. Very interesting guy. And he's creating this place. I forget what it's called. Remember the name? He's right now to ayahuasca. That's an orally active version of DMT. This thing seems a little crazier because they can kind of regulate this much better and they can keep you there. Like the Eleusinian mystery from ancient Aquia, am I saying that right? In the Caribbean, in March of 2026, and the aim is to study DMTX and DMT entities and attempt to communicate. So one of the things that he's saying, so he was just on someone's podcast as well, was they keep going to the same place. That you can have, like they're actually trying to create a map of whatever this experience is. So instead of doing it like an ayahuasca ceremony, they're doing like you're smoking. Ceremony with your friends, that's a 15-minute experience time. It allows you to maintain this state and into whatever the fuck it is. But it's that's what it was. So it is from the Black Files, which is awesome. He's talking about unlocked what's over there of ends. So they keep charting out different ent experience, and there's a bunch of different ones that you do experience. And one of them I've seen multiple times is jesters. Interesting. And these bizarre psychedelic jesters. Interesting. I wonder if they were the jesters. I wonder if, like, the reason why jesters is this, they're trying to recreate it. But what they've done when I've done it is mock me realize that I'm taking myself seriously. Like, one time there was fractal, there's millions of them, and they were all giving me the thing. Just like that. That's it. There's little correction psyche that take place during these experiences. Interesting. It's very weird. I'm scared to do it. Well, I'm scared I'll go in and those are JD Vance. Yelling at me. No, I don't know. I find it fascinating. Well, it is. It's definitely fascinating. Chase Hughes is just in the podcast. He did it somewhere in the United States where they did some 5-hour experience. And he was, yeah. Life over thing. You're an experience like something instantaneously become a different person. So it's so fascinating because our aliens and entities and demons and things all the time. You're tuning into it pharmacologically. Like they're changing the chemistry of your brain, and it's not an alien chemical. That's the nutty part about it. DMT is produced by the human body. It's produced in the planet. One of the big ones was Rossman. He wrote a book called DMT, a Spirit Molecule, and he did this. It was really kind of brilliant. He had an FDA study that he got. This is all like government-approved study on psychosis. He wants to find out how bad. Interesting. So he told them we want to study the team. It's amazing. They're smart. And by doing that and then studying, he studied the Cottonwood Research Foundation, which the DMT is coming from. So like the thought was that it's coming from the pineal gland. The pineal gland is like literally a third eye in the middle. They don't really. The human body produces. That's the most important part. So the human body produces this of the most potent of all psychedelic chemicals that transports you into the world. Like, here is in use as a gateway to some other place. What you're doing is it might not be something that you can measure with a ruler, but it doesn't mean it's not. And I think we're very arrogant in our assumptions that exists. With all that we know of like religion, just the reality that we've observed is so fucking gone. The idea that we know what's real, but it's not real. You say, oh, it's just a hallucination. You don't have to go to work. Right. No. I have a feeling that something that exists around you. Well, a lot of people are very hopeful. I wasn't one of them, but this idea that telling us things, the previous one, it's like going around, was that brought together a bunch of pastors to talk to them about disclosure. Disclosure is going to disrupt society so greatly. And the question was, we supposedly know things, but online, they keep products themselves. They needed some sort of an origin story. There is no God. You were all created by God. Good luck. Keep going to work. Markets out. Streets open. Markets out. It's not even that there is no God. That you've been told it's or probably a true story about the actual events that they were trying to lay out. There's too much stuff that's in the Bible that like is actually just totally. But you didn't tell that because they thought it was stuff. You know, when you talk about the Bible, right, you're talking about stories, sure, especially when you get to the Old Testament. It's a series of stories. Some of these stories aren't in the Bible. They were the religious today. And one of them is the Book of Eden. So I really have to read that about it. I'm like, let me read it. So I listened to it on tape in the sauna, which is the perfect way to do it. I'm listening to an audiobook. It's 195 degrees. I'm sweating my balls off. I'm dying in there, and I'm listening to this fucking crazy. Right. That is in the same dead cells they found the Book of Isaiah, the same collection of religious texts. All about how the Watchers came down and mated the daughters of men and chose them as wives, and then created this race of beings called the Nephilim, which were giants that ruled the earth. Like, this is in the Bible. They talk about Nephilim. In the Bible, they talk about Enoch. Like, he's referenced in the Bible. Right. Like, this contradicts some of these that are in other texts. So we're going to keep that one out. Interesting. These rabbis, exactly, all the people that wrote these things down. You know, I have this bit where I read the Book of Ezekiel. There's like hilarious parts of the Book of Ezekiel. There's also profound experience. And other things. It's very funny, right? But this whole Priests would learn to do that. Monks would learn to do that with their religious texts. They would rewrite things over and over again as practice. And someone knows, they know or many things that they're not going to tell people because it would be disturbing or disruptive. This was a story about Jimmy Carter. The story about Jimmy Carter was Jimmy Carter, I believe in 1969, he had sort of a strange UFO experience that was very real to him, very busy, and he was crying, and he wept openly. So what could that mean? Like, what would that mean? He's I'm kidding. Genuinely good person. Of course, he never enriched himself, but he was also. He was kind of an operator too. He was into the people. You know, he was nobody was. But yeah. So who is doing this explain? It's just the men in black, the military, or wherever. What they could be doing is covering up years of lying to Congress and misappropriation of funds for all these black ops programs, and the way they. They go and tell evidence Jimmy Carter favorite, and it's not confirmed by Carter himself or primary official sources. I think. Carter described seeing a strange light, but the shadow of the UFO briefing in college, who's by far UFOs and evidence-based guy. He includes a lot of crazy stories, but he never goes along with them. Yeah, Richard Dole a bunch of books, so I don't know if it's true. This podcast is real. He's the guy that said that he actually had to move a UFO, right, with a helicopter. Yes. I was just watching it, but it's too long. These UFOs has a lot of very depth. Yeah, long. But the thing is, if someone's like really full of shit, after sees that they exaggerate or they make things up or they leave stuff out or whatever it is, but something's going on, right? There's something that people keep seeing. There's enough radar information. There's enough video that doesn't make any sense. We never found out what those drones were. Remember that? They're all around the bases in New Jersey and stuff like that. Yeah, it was crazy. People were. People say it's a domestic. It was us. That's what I've heard. But then, could be China. Could be China flexing and pulling their dick out. So, right. Check out what we have, motherfuckers. Who knows? Who knows? But there was a lot of things that those things were doing that we don't know that they can do. One of the things, like, they were flying for at a time. So what's the fuel source? Iranian drones swarm in jellyfish formations from, totally. China, Russia, of course. The highest end of high-end government drones that we don't know about. Who knows what those fucking things are? Multiple drones interconnected and moving below the bigger drones like legs. One of the sources familiar with the pilot's witness account told CNN, real alien shit. Another source told CNN the is one in a formation that resembled a jellyfish. Projects, secret defense projects, and it's extraterrestrial. I think if I'm an undercover physicist, so where did they get the story? This is those guys. Pilot. Yeah. How they got taken out? Wow. This opens up a watch. Wow. Wow. Yeah, the heartbeat thing. The whole, right? That's what they think. They said they were able to load it. Guys, heartbeat. It's very unique heartbeat in the ship. They're like, I don't know. I don't.
Do you think that
God's about to get boring. A joke about Cuba. That's sort of why. What's the joke? I think they have drones that move like UFOs. I think for sure. I
where
don't
are they getting this technology?
know.
Well, extra.
So
They're just trolling and having fun. I've never encountered people who are so committed to anything.
The UFO people are close.
Sure. I mean, the people are 10 years in. Trust the plan, it's coming. And you go, guys, it's unbelievable how dedicated they are, going in different directions for people with the vaccine, not data centers. I mean, they're still going. And that level of commitment is what America's about. It's about that. It's about not giving up.
Yeah.
Don't give up. Don't give up. You're too deep in to give up. My advice to anyone, stay in it. Because there's nothing good on the outside. Reality is not good. Stay in that movement, take it as far as you can.
What would the government possibly have to announce about quantum computing?
No idea.
What was the quantum heartbeat thing? What was that thing called? Gentlemen. Right, but I don't know if they know that for sure. So they don't really know what the technology is. But what was that? Because they described it as very bizarre, and there was a name for it that it something quantum. They were unique heartbeat. I think was it 7? Or you they say the range is up to like 70 miles, something along those lines. So I don't know how long they had this. Right. Is it, so this is the Post, it's the New York Post, and I think it was from, what did they do to say the confirmation of it? So so here here's the other thing. If that technology doesn't, right? It does exist. Maybe there's technology that does exist. That's some sort of large-scale satellite imagery of the Earth that gets down to like a grain of sand. And if you find anybody anywhere, they can just find out where the plane is. Say we have this, right? What are we gonna say? Let's say we have Hampshire. Well, that come out before or after. Is it New Hampshire? Yeah. Where is whatever? Well, it could be that technology just possible. But that's the craziest heard. Didn't they like looked at family members as suspects? I think they looked at family members as and I think she's back to work. And isn't she back to work? Well, that's how someone posted a note saying she died. I want money. It's a note that says she died. What if she died? Just give us. What if she was money? If she made the amount of money, so the note sent days after the disappearance. Oh, it's not new. Indicated she had died, but continues of her body. 3 people familiar with the matter said that though the existence of the note was known, specific contents had not been previously disclosed. So it's just the content. There's all these because by the way, here's a great way their show and then go, by the way, have they're part of some. It's hard to know who knew what, right. But like it's great. What a great way to just make people, if you're compromised, So when you go, where's this money coming from? It's an intelligence agency. Maybe it's ours. Maybe it's someone else. You sit down with you, they don't necessarily be able to know who, like, these guys will wouldn't even meet for a dinner. Tells me that something was associated with issues and things like that. So what they're going to start doing is like getting behind content and you know, funding longer form an audience of 5 or 10 million people watching this. We keep political ad and whatever else. So I mean, this is kind of, I think, many things like this. And when you can do it for something like crypto, like you don't hide your identity. Like who knows if it's even a real company? It could be a company designed entirely just for it. It's very questionable. Intelligence world, you have the world, and you know you have the world of international crime syndicates. Like they all live in that world. I'm not saying people that are into crypto are inherently suspect in any way. Obviously they're not. But the amount of money that you can make in crypto is fucking sense, right? So whenever there's money in drugs, right? Like this Iran contract. Yeah, there's money in it. Bro, got her. They got her. They got her. They got her. Yeah, certainly in terms of what she could be doing. Sad, right? Because as soon as they get mad at you for something like that, well, then they don't like you anymore. Did the wrong thing, and it's she was like 22 or something. I don't know if she was going to be Meryl Streep. It was the Cash Me Outside girl makes more. It could have gone on longer, and it what society we live in. That just hit me. That just hit my brain. That she makes more money than anybody. It's true. I was listening to your take on the yeah. Yeah, at the moment when that guy said, "You're here for not a bag of people. I'm friends with their. They want fun. Right. Florida, they're watching that UFC event in their house in St. Augustine or Tampa or fucking West Palm, whatever it is. That guy stands up because Michelle Obama is a man. Things that they're not going to beat that here when that happens. 100%. How many do you think? Florida for more people cheered, and it was like, listen, you know, there's this for after that, and thing was crowded, where he was part of this thing, and then it just, you know, we saw what happened. With like Celebrity Club, a lot of it like that Imagine video during COVID was kind of the end. You've done all you can do. And are standing in the octagon of a UFC fight, White House law, and you're asked if you have anything to say. You spit Michelle Obama's a man. That's that. I mean, I don't know what else you could do. That guy, okay, that's like he's got a character. That's fun. And so he's basically also is a really good fight. Right. So this probably shouldn't have had like on the White House lawn. Sure, because if he said that at the T-Mobile Arena or at Madison Square Garden, outrageous. That deal. But it's yeah. But here's what should have happened. The lights go on, lights dim, and then the light goes on the shell, and she comes on a cold flyover. If Michelle Obama had made an Undertaker line. The cut. Yeah. She's in this the entire time. Michelle Obama comes down. You see Trump starts doing his dance break. Bro, fucking she went president next with dance is gonna stand up to that. She should have descended from the rafters in a cape, fought that guy, choreographed. Yeah. Body slam. It's fun. And then she does an uppercut. He's unbelievable. Missed opportunity. Because why not? Why not have some fun? Yeah, why not? Why not have a little fun there? Well, there is this moment that was going on where like the planes flew overhead, where it's just like, look, is this? It's such an amazing spectacle, piece of entertainment. Of course, you are in the history of the sport, where every fight was a knockout. This was this will never be like this again. UFC Michelle Obama a man. It's funny, walk down the escalator, with one nose, no one seems to. But, you know, he's been out, he's been in, it's really recent human history. And this is the party to throw. And it's wild. We're not going to win the Iran war. We're not going to win the Iran war. It seems it's very difficult to imagine a scenario where we come out with decisive victory. So this versus how to do it. That would be my fun. Just a fun thought. There's a lot of people that think it was a hoax, that it was a setup. And if they were, Pennsylvania men shot during Trump, men who were wounded in the shooting. James Copenhaver and David Dutch were shot during an attempted assassination of Trump, direct result of negligence on the part of the United States Secret Service. Dutch was an argument that that was negligence. Remember that woman Kim Cheadle who was in charge and then they put her back in a bunker? She was in charge of the Secret Service. Right. The roof was too slow to get they shot so they didn't roll off the roof. Like the whole thing flowed on was steeper. If it's a fake assassination attempt, I don't care. I want to know how it was done. And so the rest of America, pretty special. Where guys interviewed Donald Trump about how they faked the assassination. She's doing, and she's taking over CNN now. So I think, and she's now during 9/11, it's Barry Weiss at CNN. Surrounded by guards. Semi all these different people because things like she's applying the same principles that she supposedly didn't like, which is like if you're yeah, I saw that. But she's looking at the steps into the stepped in her guarded by the military while she systematically destroys CBS. stepping into her truth. This is what she was doing. She wasn't there to make it. And I don't think I think they said, listen, let's just put her in there. It's because who cares? Like, it's like these legacy media institutions are dying. No one's going back to evening news, and they know that. These are billionaires. This thing goes. Says she took the helm of the struggling organization last month with a man following David Ellison-led Skydance takeover of CBS Free Press. Well, it was you, and she was number two. So that's why. No, she would get 7,000 YouTube views. But, you know, we take into account her cultural impact. It's interesting because, like, when it came out that it affected the New York Times, it seemed pretty reasonable. And there's this very famous clip of her talking to Brian Stelter, where she's talking to that, The World Gone Mad. Yeah. Where she's, like, very brilliantly lays out why this is what you're saying. You know, it's horrible. Not good. However, they're starting to do some work in southern Lebanon, and they're now talking about Turkey. For a child to be exposed to certain, should they be able to make? When is it appropriate? People to call, you know, to designate between a protest and a legitimate riot. Understanding any nuance or gray area or complexity regarding it. But it's so obvious when a Mark Levin goes, the president's great because we're going into Iran because the president's great. He's the greatest leader of all time. This didn't work out like we thought. We're going to make a deal, and we're going to try to, you know. And then Mark Levin goes, this is fair. This is a blunder. This is strategic thing, and it's like, for who? Is it for us? Not a failure for, like, it's clearly a failure for us, but, like, certainly, who's it a failure for? And, you know, I think it's like, there's Shout Hard and Feathered as someone who's like a conspiracy mongering anti-Semite, which is like there's a group of people that are shut down conversation. And in order to shut people up, you gotta pay a lot of money or kill them. They're gonna talk. If you limit that, they're going to. Also, that's entirely accurate. CBS News, I'll go on. That's the thing. I have I can't. Athens, one of that guy Bill Pelly just got out. Yeah. She got out, and she's got that Dokapol, whatever his name is, in the evening news crying. Like a psychopath. He's in Miami, unbelievable. To run the CBS News, the anchor of the CBS Evening News, he does this thing where he's in Miami and they take him out of the chair because he wants to start shaking it up. Barry, they bring him to Miami. His childhood places, and he started. And it was like a rod or something. Jamie, you can find it. It's like savage by conversation with one of his handlers during an ad break. Pete Hegseth during his interview with channels. He's crying. He's talking. Look at it. This is the anchor of the CBS Evening News. Take it to the beginning so you know what he's crying about. What? It makes me emotional. So funny. I didn't mean anything with the campaign. You know, it makes me emotional. It's so funny. I didn't mean anything with the campaign. You know, people, to help people understand why I have such a reaction. Florida is where I grew up. We didn't get a lot of sleep. So. My grandmother here, my father, my mother, my aunts and uncles, cousins. And it's where I would have spent all of my childhood when we left. Because my father got in trouble with business. He's like, we laugh about it now, but he was a drug dealer. But he was a drug dealer, went to jail. It's kind of a ha-ha thing that we say now, but the reason it's so emotional for me is because I feel like a ha-ha thing. He's the anchor of the thing is. That's the guy. That's the best guy for the job. This is cool. See Whitney Houston and go, fuck, she's good. If it drives you insane. You go, this guy's crying. His father's a drug dealer. This is who's the best guy for the job. He's gonna have to report on dad, like more than whatever. And he's crying in some Cuban restaurant about his drug dealer father. So they have to leave Miami. And no one believes anything's real anymore. This is a huge problem in our world. People, that's the guy. That's the anchor of the CBS News. It's crazy. Well, was on. A bunch of people attacked him after he left. Right. So he left. Apparently, he made it very public. Yes. Scott Pelley or something. Big public outburst. Yeah. So what was he pissed about? He was saying something about they were going against science, or some of it had to do, I believe, with climate change. Some of it had to do with a bunch of other things that he disagreed with. Where the news organization. Let's find out what his exact complaints were. Yeah, let's find out. I don't know what they were, but Barry chairs the meetings there and really goes on and embarrasses herself, and now the calls and stuff has no idea what she's talking about. And so here it is. Following his criticism, news editor Barry Weiss, 60 Minutes executive producer Nick Bilton at a staff meeting. Pelley was fired by CBS News. What did he say? When CBS fired Pelley, Bilton wrote a cover letter which obtained by the New York Times. Bilton stated as follows: "Your antipathy to the future of the show has come through loud and clear, and I have heard you. Therefore, write on behalf of CBS News Inc. to inform you that your employment with CBS is terminated for a cause effective immediately." Next day, Weiss said, "I'm only interested in working in a newsroom that is built on trust and mutual respect." Okay? So what did he say? CBS into a political story with assertions that were not verified instructions he says he ignored. The collapse of values at the top has become untenable. The leadership at 60 Minutes is no longer reputable. The principles I closely wonder what exactly they meant, though, by the falsehoods in a political story, and including assertions that were not verified. Well, here it is. Yeah. It says the story CBS intervened on was a report of 2026 protests in Minnesota, and the falsehood CBS asked for was to describe protester Renee Good as driving her car toward the officer who killed her, which Pelley said contradicts video evidence of the event. That's correct. It seemed to me that the lady was trying to turn the car away from him, but it did brush up against the guy, which is enough for him to decide to kill her. Well, but it was not. She was trying to run him over. No, and I think But however, that guy had been dragged by a car very recently, so he's probably filled with PTSD. He almost died. I think he got dragged like 300 yards. Rather. I think it's fair to ask at this 300 feet. Yeah, but I think it's also fair to ask at this point, like, what is the media? Like, what is the media? Like, right. All due respect to Barry Weiss, but like, so it was a heavily inflated price for her blog that she had sold. Channel, whatever. There's clearly a political agenda to this. You have billionaires that own all of these companies, and we're asked to believe that like she's the most qualified for the job, even though she's never ran a newsroom. She didn't like work her way up the ranks. She's an op-ed columnist, an opinion writer, and stuff like that. Great. She made a lot of sense. We said it before. And then she hires this guy who's crying in a restaurant in Miami about his dad, and it's like, who the hell's that guy? So I think it's fair to ask, like, do we have any trust left in these institutions? Do we have any trust left in, like, people that work there are leaving and saying, I'm being asked to insert things into this that isn't true? Well, that alone, like driving the car toward the officer, that's just not technically correct. Right. It seems like she was steering away. Why would they want to say something that's not correct when you can just see it in a video? Like, if you were running a newsroom, that would be the last thing you would want to do, is contradict something that's obviously verifiable. So that would, for what reason would you sacrifice your credibility? Because that's essentially what it's doing. It's such a short-term play. Yes, but I'll tell you exactly why. Okay. Because their main demographic is 70-year-olds who are having strokes on their couch. They're not verifying this. Not. They have a very old audience, not online savvy. They're not looking at many angles. They have cataracts, and they're hearing this, and it allows them to dismiss it as, well, she did the wrong thing. She drove justifiable shooting. Yeah, I don't think somebody's motivating them to do that for them. Well, for sure. Yeah, for why? Yeah, well, because she's in the tank for Trump, because Trump promised, or maybe didn't promise, but like whatever, he's useful in the sense that he's going to go on the top of the regime in Iran. He's going to sue all these, or he's going to bring Harvard College to heel for whatever the hell they did. And she believes that Israel's interests are only 1%, and Trump gets that, stands at. So she's in the tank for Trump, which, by the way, if Biden would have invaded Iran, she would have started protecting him. It doesn't seem like she doesn't care that much about a ton of issues. It seems to be that this is her big issue. That's a disturbing thing to a lot of people. Like, how much influence do they really have on this country? That's what creeps people out, because I think no one even really considered it before October 7th. It wasn't, sure, people considered it. Nick Fuentes considered it. But it wasn't like it was an openly discussed thing amongst young people. Right. It wasn't until we started realizing, first of all, it was AIPAC. It was the weirdness of the New York City mayoral race. Yeah, of course. Very weird. Where they were all like, we're going to visit Israel. Like, what? Well, it's also in direct opposition to the stated goal of the Trump administration, which was to repair the United States and to make it great, and to elevate it, and to focus on the United States, and to not go into Middle Eastern wars, which was a huge, very popular plank of his platform, and to not waste money and saddle ourselves with debt and mire ourselves in these unwinnable wars. And there was such a gaslighting campaign. The Secretary of State came out after the Iran war and goes, well, Israel's going to attack them anyway, and our bases were going to be vulnerable, so we had to join. And then he went, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't really mean that. And we're partners. We both think it's a great idea. And there was tremendous pressure on him to do this. And, it hasn't worked. And it's clearly not in the interest of the United States to be in a Middle Eastern war with Iran. Tons of Jewish people don't believe it is. Lots of, people from all walks of life don't believe it, but there's an ideological group of people that donate a lot of money and that are incredibly powerful, and they are really pushing this. They're pushing troops and they're pushing nukes. They're like, we're not, unconventional weapons, like crazy bombing campaigns. They're pushing troops on the ground. They don't care what it takes. Iran has to be either completely destroyed or it's just got to be a chaos zone. But for the regional ambitions of Israel, it can't exist. So, again, and not in a paranoid conspiratorial way, because I don't like the victim stuff either. There's a bunch of people in America being like, I can't get ahead because Jewish people are successful. I think that's a stupid road to go down. That's a victim road. I hate it when gay people do it, or anyone, any group of people. I hate when they drench themselves in victimhood. I think when you become a victim, you lose autonomy over your life. It's insane. But I do think there's a fair question to ask about what is the motive of certain massive big donors? Is the motive the strength and prosperity of America, or is it the strength and prosperity? Yeah, we're putting ourselves at odds with the rest of the world. Indescribably the worst PR ever. And, people cannot justify, you've got to be a very ideological person to justify, Southern Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, perhaps Turkey. This is starting to feel like, this is like a friend you have who you make excuses for a certain amount of time, and then your wife eventually goes, they're not allowed here. You can't go out with them. They're a problem in the fucked up home life. I know they're fun. I know you share values. I know you enjoy each other. You've known each other for a long time. But here's the deal. And you rent the kids. Worse than that. Stop killing negotiators. Stop bombing Lebanon. Is this Iran deal going to work? Is it going to work? You know? Stop bombing Lebanon. I think we're at odds now. We're in the last 2 years, we're at odds with Israel for the first time, where Trump is really at odds with them. He's had enough. I think he is starting to understand that his legacy will be really tainted if he doesn't find a way to extricate us from this war. And Vance, again, for all the disagreements I might have with Vance about certain things, he is one of the only people in that administration who does push against the continuation of this war, which is why a lot of those neoconservative donors try to destroy him. Because of that. I don't love his tech alliances. There's a lot of things I don't like about him. But there's a lot of things I think are good about him. I think it's not like I don't like about him per se. I worry about, relationships. How many of these relationships think are necessary for survival? I'm sure all of them are, and that doesn't mean, but they still need to be criticized and looked at, and it's 100%. Not justifying it at all, but I'm saying, I have a feel like no completely autonomous person is ever going to make it through that maze. Never. But I think the job is you turn the heat up enough. Where do you think everyone's going to do 10 horrible things they do? Right. So I think it's certainly the job of anyone that's not to look at it and go, what went on? What is happening? But I will say, for all of the tech, things that we're like, what? I do think that, to his credit, he's the only one in there, and you can tell. It's not that I have some inside knowledge. Only he's being attacked by people that want the war to continue. Yeah. And I think he knows his political ambitions will be completely destroyed by continuation of this war. So I look at all the ambitions and feel from look at them, he's calculated and ambitious, but he also is the one being attacked by people that want the war to continue. Tucker Carlson, who again, I have agreements with Tucker, disagreements with Tucker. The attack. So what they're going to do, they're building bunkers, they're hoarding all the wealth, and they're, heavily invested in all this AI. One of the reasons I think that we have to do what I react. There's all this UAE money props up Hollywood, all these startups, in prop because of this war. And they're a huge financier of American startups and some AI startups. So, one thing that I wonder about all of this is just how much this just does seem now to be a high-level chess game about the future and what is and isn't possible. But the only thing that makes me personally happy is that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump just bought an island. That is... The Romanian people were really excited. They're really excited. Yeah, they were celebrating. They burned the president or whoever. They start lighting houses on fire. And that's coming, by the way. They just did it in Belfast. That's coming. People starting to light things on fires coming. That's coming. I'm not calling because voting's become fake. No one cares. People are threads. It's fake. It's fake. It's so obvious. It's fake. It's all fake. So the only, and you know what? Again, I'm not calling for it. It's bad, but fire is real. If you ask the people, whatever RIP, I like the concept of the stupid mall. I like it. Realizing that all this technology has just been set up to give you this idea that you have some bad, and all the while, Jared and Ivanka just go buy an island. That's what's happening. But maybe it's fine. Have you got any invites to the bunkers? No. No, they're not. I think you'd feel differently if you did. I don't know. I wonder if I... Interesting. I've had invites to Teal, and I think, get there and I go, no, I think they were going to invite me. Someone goes, this is the guy who dressed up his husband with fake tits. And they go, we can't have it. But that's absolutely. If somebody said to me, a few people are going to survive, and it's just going to be you and these people, and everybody else is going to die, it's tough. How fun would it be, though? Is it fun? Is it fun if the whole world dies, and I'm just sitting and having dinner with J.D. Vance and his wife? I mean, is Peter Thiel, me, and Usha, and just eat a steak? Yeah, I mean, is that? I don't know. Probably not. What's the best case scenario? Best case scenario is a new era of enlightenment to people and enlightened thinking and soulfulness and spirituality and a healthy attachment to technology and religion and people's common kind of a sense it's not like one side is clearly going to win. We're moving in a very weird direction of uncertainty, but humans today are way better at being people, way kinder and nicer, despite all our problems. generally, at least, first world countries safer than it's ever been in the past. Yeah. And it's also there's more opportunity to things now. Because of technology, it's ever existed. So it's not worse. It's not moving in the best direction possible. Like if you had to choose between living today, the way we're living now, or living in 1976 in San Francisco, don't fuck yourself. Don't shitty breaks and live with these fucking people that don't know anything because they have the internet. That's better off living today. The communication would go see Janis Joplin, right? And he'd be smoking weed. What's depressing me about New York is it's become like it's a cool place where you've been seen. Now you go like a high-end version of you basic bitch. Won't mean there's not, but where people talk. It's all great. It's fine. I think that will come back. That's good about this. Where billionaire guys, we're gonna take. He's shot each. Building it again. his thing, get it done that he can. It's not, the corporate. He's the version. He has a bunch of million, but it's not gotten 3 million. Who the Goldman Sachs and the system base to the ground. Intergenerational pools of capital that are more invested in the war industry. There's not that little hunky-dory entry here. You're like, what is this? And you're like, we make our money with war. And sort of the tech people, by the way, but they have other money. And just be like, hey, I'm the president, reasonable. The show's over. Michelle Obama's a woman, and then you'll hear the country go, because Trump's a drug. Decade that I've been watching this crazy plot. I remember when Trump was shot. I remember, tragically when Charlie Kirk was shot. I remember all of these things that have happened that are just so crazy, and now seem so far away, and like they're so far in the past. Yeah, but they like this guy John Ossoff. Who's that guy? He's having a moment. You just nailed it. You could be him. Look at him, president. Just put him in cups. Yeah. His neck is medium. It's not too thin. It's not too thick. He's got that face. Like tell him bring my neck is a little too small. Yeah. I just got a little bit more square jaw. Georgia endorsed John Ossoff for U.S. Senate. If they want to win, they just have to go, hey, everybody, remember health care? Don't you want that? Is he Republican? He's a Democrat. Yeah, he's a spook. Man, who cares? It's fake at this point. We all know it's fake. How much more evidence does anyone need? Sorry. Glad you're out there. I'm glad you have me here. Your podcast rules. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Such a great escape. Thank you. It's so beautiful because just the way you're able to just combine reality with humor. It's very rare. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a very unusual thing. It's very insightful political commentary and social commentary mixed in with hilarious takes on things. That's very nihilist. Well, I'll keep doing it until I'm 100 in jail. I appreciate you. education system founded by, or really by everyone, agents, including all the talking about sexuality and gender. Like, they're fucking 6. Like, they don't know what you're talking. Like, why are you even talking to them about that? Because you can get them early and you can program those thoughts into their mind that this is a good cause, and it could be anything. It could be your religion, it could be your political ideology, it could be being a Christian, being a Muslim, whatever. If you get kids young enough, you can talk them into doing almost anything. That's why they have child suicide bombers. They don't try to get 40s or a family. They try to get kids. Yeah. And all these nonprofits and NGOs, they're all from where the money comes from. And when you look at where the money comes from, and you realize, oh, wait a minute, and it's been like for 40, 50 years from places. Qatar, for example, obviously Russia, China, all these are enemies. Donating money to all of these various groups to divide, to just get away from the insides. Russia's been doing it since the 60s. Yeah. That Yuri Bezmenov, I'm sure you've seen that. Anybody who hasn't, please watch it. It's Yuri Bezmenov, and it's in 1984. This guy is essentially describing what America is going to look like eventually, and he's dead on. Just dead on. Dead on with the communism, the Marxism, the stuff in the universities, just completely poison their mind, push out any ideas of patriotism being a virtue, all the hate for America that you have, like all the division, all of it, and it's wild. Just look into it benefits. That's it. It's real simple. Yeah, just look and see who it benefits. Well, it benefits a lot of people in this country as well, unfortunately. There's a lot of people that really love division, and they can profit off of it, and they can work an angle. You know, we're with you. And this is a big part of the problem with the whole idea of nonprofits. Because nonprofits, in theory, are awesome. It's a great thing that people are willing to donate their money. Like, wealthy people who are doing well say, you know what, I think my money could be best suited helping out other people. It's beautiful. It's one of the most amazing notions about people, when they can be charitable when they don't have to be. They do it because they want to and they really want to help. Then you find out what's really going on, and that the majority of the money is going to overhead and employees. Well, think about this. If I create a nonprofit to go solve, well, LA is a perfect example. We can look at the homeless situations they have there, and all of these NGOs that are getting all of this money. And the problem's getting worse. It's not getting better. Right. It's getting worse. But if I form an NGO, and that's my cause, and I solve the problem, what do I do with my NGO? They say I got no money. Now there's no reason to give me money. So they don't create them to solve problems. The incentive to exacerbate the problem, make the problem worse, make it longer, make it bigger. Look how big the problem is, making more money. Sometime I was doing a breakdown of the people that work in the homeless industry, I said it in air quotes, in California, because that's really what it is. They spent $24 billion on the homeless problem, and no one could account for it. And they tried to get an accounting of it. They tried to do an audit of it, and Newsom vetoed it. Like, why would you want to know? Let's stop all that nonsense and build this fucking train track to nowhere that's never going to get built. Well, they have a mile of it. They have a mile of that train. It only costs $100 billion. Relax. Like, things take time. They have a fucking mile. We're trying to choose the path. Right beside the I-5. How about that? How about right next to the flat fucking highway? Everything they do sucks. Yeah. How about that stupid fucking road over the highway to make sure the mountain lines are safe? Yeah. It's like over $100 million still not done. And they have them, by the way, that's not a new concept. They have those throughout the West. Yeah. And they don't cost shit. They don't cost that much money at all. They fix them quick. They do it quick. It's just, yeah, they're done in a couple of months. Yeah. Pour some cement. Yeah. Put some sod down, plant some fucking grass, and away you go. But they're watching. It is as goofy as it gets. And then you think it's as goofy as it gets, and then you hear that Portland so this is going to be on the ballot in November. It got enough votes to be on the ballot. And this is some law that's under the guise of stop animal cruelty. Who doesn't want to stop animal cruelty? I certainly want to stop animal cruelty. Let's stop animal cruelty. So what does it mean? It means no hunting, no fishing, no ranching, no agriculture. No animals that get harmed in any way. No killing chickens for Kentucky Fried Chicken. Nothing. No animals died. And it's
This is a city ordinance?
fucking Oregon is voting on this in November. No fishing! No fishing! What are you saying? Are you fucking high?
And no, so
No hunting, no ranching. Ranching, you can't ranch. You gonna kill a cow? What are you crazy? That's illegal in Oregon.
and here's that probably sounds like a good idea to one of those people. But here's my question. All right, so let's do it. Let's just outlaw ranching. Let's just say fucking. Well, there's 91 million cattle in the country. So what would we do with them?
You just leave them alone and let nature take its course.
Yeah, but they're not. But there's no nature to take its course.
This
It's
is not.
not 91 million head of fucking cattle. And I can promise you this: if you outlaw me feeding them and taking care of them, I'm gonna then they're wandering the highway.
Yeah. And then the bulls are out.
Yeah,
So you're gonna keep the bulls contained? No. So the bulls are gonna kill people.
yeah, and make more cattle.
Yeah, and make more cattle.
Yeah, so now we have 900 million cattle in 3 decades.
Yeah, fuck all your fences. Bulls are gonna smash them. Bulls are gonna eat your grass. Bulls are gonna stomp your dog. Like, what are you talking about?
I can't.
But it's not supposed to be logical. It's all just a vibe, man. It's like, and it's not even a well thought out one. But the problem is, you don't have to be well thought out. Get on the ballot. You just have to yield to certain sensibilities, and then all of a sudden people are like, "Oh, that would be good. Let's stop animal cruelty." And they're probably on SSRIs anyway.
It'll probably pass.
Nah, they don't pass. According to this New York Times article, it was one guy got 135,000 signatures, got passed to that level. I wonder how many of them are homeless people. Moved to Portland from Denver, from Southern California. What, do we have a photo of this dude? I want to see if this guy looks like
Over 6 from Southern California.
Of course he is. He's a vegan. Oh, that's weird. I would have never guessed. Teacher. Oh, substitute teacher.
Keeps getting
Learner. What else? That's all I'm saying. Very well. Well, they shouldn't. It's a crazy idea. Yeah. Substitute teacher, vegan, and petitions organized. It's to have a system where we're not killing or hurting animals anymore. I love how I said a system. What are you talking about? What does that mean? What's a system? Are you talking about nature? What are you talking about? Like, and they're gonna kill each other, stupid. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is it somehow another less cruel than when a mountain lion gets into a pen of sheep and tears them apart?
Yeah.
I think the chances of meeting another gay vegan were better in Portland. He's probably right. Yeah, probably a good bet. Solid bet.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He's just sitting there going, Midland, Texas, Portland, Oregon, where am I?
Yeah, you gotta go to Portland. Go to Portland and take some medication and just fucking have a good time. There he is.
There we go.
Hey, fella.
He's already got too much attention from us.
Yeah. It's, there's a lot of silly people in the world, and, you know, like we were talking about with young people, if you get young people indoctrinated early enough, these silly ideas make sense. Which is one of the reasons why I love that Kevin Costner moment on your show when he had explained to that vegan lady.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a good moment.
How cute does an animal have to be before you care if it
Yeah.
was?
Yeah. And what the actual, like, what life gets killed when you're just talking about farming, just food.
Plow a field.
Yeah, just plowing a field. Or
Or go build a road.
Right.
I want to destroy some fucking organisms. Go build a road.
yeah, and you're riding on those roads. You're in that system. And then there's the bees. Like, the amount of bees that die every year so we can have avocados is bananas.
Yeah. Bring them back from Brazil. By the billions.
By the billions.
By the bee.
And they die. Bees, and then on top of so it's avocados and almonds. Those are the two big ones, right?
Yeah, almonds, you know what's fascinating? We can look it up. Almonds, the amount, it's something like 19 gallons of water is what you have to give to get one almond.
Is that real?
Yeah, your body. Yeah, it's fucking bananas.
He said, but you know, there was a time in the Mediterranean where they were boys they've stripped them, and it's one of the first amendments. They're okay from this one, not okay from that one. So they uprooted all the ones where squirrels wouldn't eat. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so the almond originally. This episode is brought to you by Wild Pastures. Here's the deal, folks. Wild Pastures delivers grass-fed and finished beef, pasture-raised pork and chicken, even wild-caught seafood right to your door. I love their ribeyes. Just an excellent cut of meat. I had them last week. It's great stuff. It's high-quality meat from animals that are raised and tended outdoors on lush green pastures, no cages, no crates, no feedlots. Wild Pastures only works with small family-run farms here in the USA. So you're supporting diversity. And what's more, Wild Pastures' nutrient-dense, zero-junk, high-quality meat is around 25 to 40% less than you pay for the same quality in store. And right now, you can save even more with 20% off every Wild Pastures box and free shipping for life, plus $15 off your first box at wildpastures.com/Rogers.com/Rogan. 100 gallons of water per pound. That's so crazy. And then, oh my God. Here's my new, like, look, I'm a writer, right? So words matter to me. And when we misuse them in our society, it just bothers me, right? So all these things that we're calling milk, like almond milk, right? And I'm just determined to call it almonds because that's what an almond shine works. It's almond tea, almost. We're taking almonds, pulverizing them, and brining them in water, essentially leaching out the flavor of the almond and adding a bunch of shit to it, sugar. Well, adding a lot of sugar. My friend Duncan was like, dude, almond milk is good for it. I go, you look at how much sugar is in there? And we were on the phone, and he goes, holy shit! I go, yeah, man, that's why it tastes good. But my doctor told me I had oxalates in my diet, in my blood test. He said, your oxalates are kind of high. So are you eating almonds? And I said, yeah. I eat almonds all the time. He's like, yeah, cut back. Because that's where it's from. Really? Yeah. Did they find out how much oxalates are in almonds? I just listened to it. And also, it's a lot of that gluten-free flour stuff. Mm-hmm. You buy a lot of that stuff. It's like almond flour. A lot of it. Right. Almonds are a high oxalate food. Eating them can raise oxalate levels that circulate, get filtered by the kidneys, and appear in urine, which may increase kidney stone risk in susceptible people. Yeah. Almonds can
fuck off to Hawaii. Nobody would know. We have their money. They don't know. They don't actually know where we are. We're just trusting that we're going to make this movie, which we did. And it was incredibly difficult. But that's the same team that went over and did Yellowstone, which is then the same team that went up and did Mayor of Kingstown with me, and then 1883, 23, Lioness, Landman, all of them. And we promoted from within. I've got PAs that are now first ADs. I've got camera operators that are now directors. So we promoted from within, so everyone understands the way we do it. And it's so freaking efficient. We don't ever have forever. These people will have meetings upon meeting. People are going to sit around and try to talk at the tone of the script. Why didn't you read the fucking thing? We have to have a meeting about it? How about we don't have a meeting about it? And then they'll have a, and this is also networks. They love this shit so that they can have a reason for their existence, right? Nice middle management people. And they want to do a prop show and tell, or someone that can show them all the props that we're going to do. Really? Well, we don't do that shit, because I'm going to use it. How about I just make, we use the same big lighter in all these fucking shows, and I don't ever have to pick a big lighter again. How about that? So we just streamline it and make it to where it's so efficient. Typically, a TV show will start up, and they'll prep for 12 weeks before they start filming. We do it before.
Wow. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense that it's streamlined, because I've been on shows when they first start out, and it's chaos, and there's a lot of network involvement, and there's a lot of bullshit.
We're there.
That's beautiful.
We haven't missed. You don't miss.
Right. Well, it's like you don't miss. Like you don't mess with the writing. You don't mess with the storylines. Like you don't have any duds, man. Which is just incredible. It's an incredible accomplishment to have that many fucking shows and all of them be good, and all of them be, like very addictive. Addictive.
it's that show. It's about something very serious, and then I can just throw shit at it.
Yeah.
Let's just take a bunch of old people to a strip club.
Billy Bob is fucking awesome.
He's a genius.
I love that guy. He's so good on that show. It's like it was made.
It was made for him.
I mean, he's done so many things.
I went to Billy Bob before I wrote a word, and I told him, I said, if you don't do this, I'm not going to do it, because I'm not going to chase my tail. He goes, well, what is it? I said, I said, basically, I want to take your character from Bad Santa and put him in West Texas and run an old company. He goes, you want the guy from Bad Santa to run an old company? I said, that's what I want. He goes, that sounds fucking awesome.
Well, it's educational too. I mean, a lot of people have no idea. You watch that show, you're like, Jesus Christ, what a crazy job.
It's an insane job, and about it is, we're so completely dependent upon petroleum in every single aspect of our lives. So completely dependent upon it, and we can debate how bad it is or isn't, and we're not debated. The reality is, we don't have an alternative. Like, it does not exist. It simply doesn't exist. We can sit there and say, well, wind and this. You sit down with any climatologist and any engineer, they're going to tell you our best hope for a replacement of petroleum fuels is cold fusion, and we're 30, 40 years from it being something that we can rely upon. And reduce little nuclear reactors, like itty-bitties, like the size of this coffee pot.
That's what they're talking about, individual reactors that people have in their homes. Like, how long does it take for those disasters? Like, that's how fucking... Having a really good nuclear power plant for a city is an awesome idea. Having everyone have their own nuclear power plant sounds fucking crazy. How many assholes are going to cut into that thing?
Well, people still put fucking metal in microwaves, so
right.
I don't think we should
on
be
purpose.
I've done it. I'm like, well, how bad can it really be?
There's people that leave their fucking gas on so that someone could die in the house.
No, we don't.
People are nuts.
Yeah.
People are nuts. If you literally have consumer level nuclear power plants, not with these monkeys. Not with the human beings that we are today, our current form. We're not enlightened enough to have a personal nuclear power plants in our house. Oh fuck.
Yeah. So we're dependent upon it.
That's why we're in Iran right now. Yeah, also because of Israel. But we're in on. I mean, the whole thing about it is the oil. The Strait of Hormuz, 40% of the world's oil supply passes through there.
Yeah. Christ. No, that's and I think also China. I'm not saying we should have or we shouldn't have. I'm not commenting politically, but what those SF guys did in Venezuela was fucking gangster. It's crazy. Whether I'm not saying they should or shouldn't. I'm just saying the team was sent, and then the team. I mean, can you imagine if I wrote it in a movie? People would go, "That's fucking ridiculous, Taylor." Right. We don't have to fly a bunch of SF dudes, drop off on the roof of this high-rise surrounded by the fucking Cuban Special Forces, and they're gonna kill all of them, and then they're gonna fucking snatch him and his wife, go back to the roof, and just fucking fly away. And that's what they did.
And they're gonna do it with sound. They're gonna disable everyone with a sound weapon. What? Like, do you remember when they first started talking about that Havana syndrome? Yeah, we're dismissing it. This is horseshit. This is bullshit. Yeah. Like, no, they're talking about people that are in Havana that they've been targeted. Something zapped them.
Low-level frequencies made them nauseous.
Yeah, and I think that is a fraction of whatever they unleashed in Venezuela.
Who knows?
The discombobulator, that's what it's called. Classified secret weapon system President Donald Trump claimed U.S. forces used during the January 3rd operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. He stated that the weapon successfully disabled enemy equipment and air defenses, preventing them from firing back. So it's both. It disables the people and it disables their weapon system. What? That's amazing. What the fuck are we doing? Official silence would ask for specific technical or operational details about how the device functions. Trump famously told New York Post, "I'm not allowed to talk about it." He says they press buttons. They claim the defense forces press buttons and nothing worked, disabling both Russian and Chinese-made rockets and radar. Wow. The weapon affected both mechanical equipment and personnel. He also referred to a sonic weapon being used against Maduro's Cuban security detail inside a heavily fortified fortress. Fucking A, man. I would love to see what that looks like. You know, I bet they have video too.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah. All wearing GoPros.
I'd love to go into a skip. Just show me the video. I won't say no. I want to see what it looks like. I just want to watch. What does it look like when someone gets zapped by sound and gets fully disabled? Like, apparently they just fell on the ground in agony. They couldn't move.
Yeah.
And they just went in and shot everybody.
Some freaking SF sniper.
Yeah.
Just freaking on top of that, just raining down on them.
It's crazy. Like, that guy thought he was safe. Crazy. And there's a famous video of him saying, "Come and get me."
Oh, yeah. Be careful. Don't what bear you poke.
Yeah. Also, it's like, none of us know what the tip of the spear technology in weapon systems is available right now. We don't know. They don't tell us. Obviously, no one knew this fucking discombobulator thing existed. This is science fiction.
Yeah.
Right? If this was 20 years ago, you'd be like, that's not a real thing. And now you're like, oh shit, they used it? So, and not just a concept, they fucking used it? What are they cooking out in the desert in the middle of Nevada? Who knows?
Yeah, and think about this. For that to be used, there's something 4 generations past that.
100%.
They're playing with now.
Yeah, 100%. You know, this whole UAP world stuff, like when they start talking about UAPs, all of my bullshit alarms go off. All of them. It's like, I don't believe if you knew things, you would tell us. So I don't believe you're telling us the truth. I think they have some special access programs that they've been working on for decades and decades. It's some super high level shit that involves some sort of novel propulsion system. And they have that stuff flying around the sky. And I think that's what a lot of people are saying. That's what a lot of people are saying. That doesn't discount the idea that there's something else out there, because I think there is. But I think there's a chunk of the shit testing, doing stuff with it.
If there was an intelligent life form that had stumbled upon our barbaric asses, why would they not go, "Hey guys, fire up that fucking missile and we found this blue planet, we gotta get rid of this thing"?
Well, I think maybe every intelligent species that's and territorial has to go through an adolescent period or evolution. And if you look at human history, I was reading about Vlad the Impaler last night. Jesus. Right now, with how many of the Ottoman Turks that got killed and his famous methods of he was a vicious motherfucker. And he's the motivation behind, or the inspiration behind Dracula. And I was reading about that guy. I'm like, fuck, people have always been awful. They've always been awful. But they just as time goes on, they get a little less awful. A little less. Like we're a little less awful now than we were during Nazi Germany. Not totally great.
Not collectively,
right? We're still willing to do genocide. Some of us are, but it's less approved. It's less. More people are horrified at it. It's like human beings are getting a little bit better. It's not as quick as we'd like. I think if I was an alien life form, I would say, you have a kid, you gotta let the kid fall down, stuff a chance to become better. Right. I think it's a civilization. I would think the same thing would apply. You have to give this civilization time to evolve and adapt and get past where it's at right now. And I don't think that you do that by intervening and grabbing us by the hand and showing us the way. I think what you do is you hang back and make sure that we don't nuke each other and just sort of pay attention to all the different international ongoing human slowly but surely evolve. Yeah, that's what I would do if I want observant people.
The interesting thing that we're, as a civilization, facing now, and it's always happened in some capacity when a society gets wealthy, really wealthy. But the question, wealthy, how can we be more equitable? It comes across like compassion, but we really come down to a debate of what is more valuable to a society. Is self-determination more valuable, or the equity? What I mean is everyone gets exactly the same shit. Everyone. So you take them off of, we're not on a monetary society anymore. Now you're working for the collective. You're hearing that word thrown around a lot these days. The problem with working for the collective is who decides who picks up the trash? And who decides who gets to go represent your nation in the Olympics? Who gets to decide who gets to is someone going to let me go make TV shows? Which, by the way, I wouldn't do for free. It's too fucking hard. Right. So now I don't want to do it. Well, you got to go do this. Well, I don't want to do that either. Problem.
And then they force you to do things.
Yeah.
And that's how to do that.
And so with guns. Yeah. So still be, you either have self-determination, or in your attempts to be collective, you have to surrender that. And then you're surrendering it to who? And now you have a dictatorship no matter what the fuck you thought you had.
Yeah.
It always comes back to that. It always, you can look at Marxism and Leninism and what Lenin was talking about is, but it disease itself, but from our faith in the institutions around us, whether it's government, whether it's the media, whether it's pharmaceutical companies. And the way that it was manipulated to gain power for a political group, and it was effective. And so when something's effective, you just keep doing the same thing until it's no longer effective, right? We did that in our military with the Wings, Hearts, and Minds, right? So that all comes from Japan, right? We're gonna win the hearts and minds of Japanese. Well, the Japanese surrendered, like their emperor, who they looked at as a god. He told the people of Japan after we dropped 2 freaking nuclear bombs on them, hey, we are gonna endure the unendurable. We are going to surrender. It's the only way that we can salvage our nation. So they willfully surrender. And then our government goes, look how great this hearts and minds, and it's working. It's not working. It's not working at all. And then they tried it in Vietnam. Didn't work. Tried it everywhere else that we've had a conflict. We tried it, and it hasn't worked yet because what it's based on was flawed, right? Because they chose to be subjugated at that time. And making that choice kept them in a independent nation. So our government, it's so dangerous what we're seeing. You can like Trump or not like Trump. It doesn't. People are gonna like presidents and dislike presidents, but now defying the rule of law because he happens to be the head of the federal government and openly defying the federal government. The repercussions of that are going to be, okay, fine, you can't stand this man. You think he's a terrible president, and you're not going to follow his laws. But that's the new normal now. So when the president gets in, you do support, then the other side, because we've established this precedent, they're just not going to follow his laws. Right. And now we've eroded the rule of law. And then what happens?
The slippery slope is very dangerous. I was saying that when the ICE raids were going on, because I was like, okay, I am not in favor of illegal criminals being in this country. However, we're setting a very alarming precedent where you have masked, militarized police with no ID that are running around the cities snatching people up. Like this could set a precedent that could be used by the left if they get into power for something different than just for ICE. We've already accepted the idea of militarized police on our streets, and that people with 7 weeks training, you're just sending them out to snatch up people, and a lot of American citizens are getting caught up in that trap too, unfortunately, and then they have to get released. Like that could be bad if the next party gets in. So if the Democrats get in next and they decide, like maybe there's a new COVID strain happens, some new pandemic happens, whatever the fuck.
If you don't get the vaccine, they're going to arrest you. And they start the same.
Yes, we saw it in, I think it was Minnesota, or whoever they had the National Guard on the streets, but they had people enforcing lockdowns. And so they had people walking on the streets with fucking guns, yelling at people to get in your house over a cold. Like these kind of slippery slopes, you might think, no, we're just trying to get rid of the bad immigrants. I get it. I'm with you. I agree. However, the way they're doing it, and I'm not even saying there's another way or a better way. I'm just saying, you want to get them out all at once? Yeah, that's the way to do it. You want to get them out quick? That's the way to do it. Because they got them in quick. You're right. They opened the fucking border. They helped people get in. But now that they're in, if you're going to get them out that way, you're setting a weird precedent. You're setting a precedent that could be used in other ways.
Yeah, that's the challenge is, okay, we need to enforce the law, right? Or don't have them, right? They've enacted the laws. These are the same immigration laws that were on the books when Obama was president. Trump was president. The same rules. It's the methodology, and you gotta sit there and weigh the pros and cons about, okay, the pros of trying to eradicate this issue, and you can't give it a deadline.
Yeah.
Right. It's slippery.
It is slippery.
And again, it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and these politicians right now who are doing all of us a tremendous disservice in Washington, I feel, our elected officials, because they're not thinking beyond this next election, and maybe they never have. They never, right? But they were better at hiding it, maybe. I think there was no internet, but well, true. I think that's what it is. There was no social media. But I think we've reached a point as politicians talk about eliminating the electoral college. They talk about eliminating the filibuster, eliminating packing courts, all these things because their side's not in power. And so we're just going to take the structure of the government and totally rework it to benefit us temporarily. But then those same benefits that you have now will be used against you. Yeah. They will 100% be used against you. I think the most important legislation we can pass right now is term limits. I think 12 years tops in Congress, and I think probably 12 years in the Senate. 2 6-year terms in the Senate. That's more than enough time. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking time. That's enough. We don't need anyone else. I don't know how it's become. Because Nancy all these ideas. Exactly. Right. She's going to pass the legislation that allows Visa to go public, and then she's going to get a big chunk of order debt. That was Rokon on Twitter today. Fucking rich. Everyone's getting rich. Yeah. They paid $175 grand a year, and they're all fucking millionaires. Super millionaires. They're all like she's intensely wealthy. That's almost $500 million. That's nuts. As a public servant, that's nuts. Yeah, it's insanity. And it's that's what we're used to. We know it's bad, and we just accept it. And people are busy. They have families and mortgages and shit to deal with, and so they complain and they keep on trucking. Yeah, I mean, I have, as we discussed, I have other jobs. I have a pile of time to get in politics because I work in my day to see what's real and not real on Instagram or social, whatever. I'm not on that shit, but I can't. It's hard to form an opinion because man, I don't know where to go to get honest news. Not for that. You can't turn on the fucking news because they fucking been lying to us. They stopped being. I don't know if they were ever impartial, but I know that. I remember there was a guy. I was a kid. I remember Jack Kennedy. I want to say it was Dan Rather. It may not have been. It may have been Castro. And there's a debate amongst potential candidates for president. And as he's introducing all of these various politicians, he's saying so-and-so Harvard graduate, law professor from here, this former senator, this and that and the other, this person here. They get Jack Kemp, and he goes, backup quarterback and born-again Christian Jack Kemp. I thought, wow, you just sued. Everyone else, you gave what their jobs were, talked about their accomplishments of this. You just said, didn't start a quarterback, and call that as religion, dude. And that's the first time I ever remember, I'm like, I know your opinion. I'm not supposed to know your opinion. You're supposed to be giving me news. Right. You're supposed to be giving me honest, unbiased information so I can make a decision. And you're making a decision for me, or trying to. Yeah. And they've gotten so, as news became entertainment, I mean, CNN's the worst thing that ever happened to news because it's 24 hours. And now all of a sudden, there's not 24 hours worth of news all the time, right? There is during a war, right? Show us news, war footage the whole time and talk about the war and why no war. But when there's not, you got to make some shit up or push an opinion. And that's where we've gotten with news now. Now it's news is piss them off and scare the shit out of them. Yeah. That's how we keep them watching. And that's the business model. Yeah, it is now. And it's also piss them off and scare the shit out of them, but ignore certain things that your sponsors wouldn't like you to talk about. Oh, yeah. This is why, Tulsi Gabbard, in her final act as Director of National Intelligence, as she's leaving, she gave that press conference about and that on gain of function research through EcoHealth Alliance, the Wuhan Lab in Wuhan, China, and no one's covering it. This episode is brought to you by Visible.
How many of you are currently listening to this podcast on your phone? put those fucking people on AZT, and AZT kills. They're reporting that Gabbard alleges strength. Jerusalem Post, Money Control Newsweek summarized her accusations, emphasized that COVID's note that the claims about Fauci sparking COVID or lying under oath are heavily contested, not yet legally validated. Many stories frame this as reigniting a long-running fight over lab leak versus natural origin. Listen, that fight is over, kids. That fight's over. If you are in the news and you are saying that there's still a long-running controversy as to whether it's a lab leak or natural origin, shut your fucking dirty whore mouth, because it's not. The fight's over. It's a fucking lab leak. I say the new documents will need independent scrutiny from Congress, investigators, and scientists before any firm conclusions can be drawn. Okay. Focus on the cover-up narrative. Straighter news tone, often pairing Gabbard's and GOP's quotes with Fauci's past denials, and nothing there is so far, no judicial finding of perjury or criminal conduct.
What I've never understood is how this became a left or right.
So stupid.
When Fauci, who's a career bureaucrat, right, when all this started, there was a Republican president.
Yep.
Right? And then he served that Republican before that. And before that. And then he served a Republican. He's been there for fucking 50 years.
It's been
This
forever.
dude, not political.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be political. There shouldn't be a right and left side to this. It's, hey, a career bureaucrat fucking lied to us.
He used the exact same language when he was talking about AZT as a medication for HIV that he used for the COVID vaccine. The reason why it's the only medication is because it is both safe and effective. The guy's a monster. It's like throughout history, where you're gonna look back, shit, this one guy's life, this one guy's aspirations, this one guy's career, fucked so many people over.
Yeah. And I don't understand why Democrats would want to fall that sort of. There's no reason to align.
Because people are, and they just decide that as a Republican's a president, anything the Republicans are pushing has to be bad. And that stupid fucking division, it's so silly. It really is. Because the same people during Trump's presidency were openly saying, are you going to trust a vaccine that's created under Trump? They were all saying it. Kamala Harris said it, a bunch of Joy Reid said it, they all said it.
And then they bet their entire political livelihoods on it.
We deserve better. We really do, or we don't. Maybe we don't. But we fucking think they're good. We're so silly. Such a fucking silly group of human beings we are.
That's fucking wild.
Not all of us, though. You know, I think less of us now. It's going to be way harder to divide people the way they divide everybody in 2020. It'll be way. And as long as people wake up to this, oh, for sure, most of it. Even the ICE stuff that we're talking about. Hey, folks, do you think it's a coincidence that the biggest fucking ICE protests were all going on in the same place where they found all that fraud? Massive found of dollars in fraud. Surely law prevent that Francisco in 2016 was great. No problems. There was not homeless people everywhere. It was normal. It was normal San Francisco. Go to a cool restaurant. People are cool. Always been like a smart city. Interesting architecture. Always been a great city. I lived there from the time I was 7 to 11. Yeah, I loved San Francisco. It's unrecognizable now. That's it. 10 years of fucking asinine government. And also, this homeless thing, when you realize that it's an industry, that the homelessness is valuable. Having homeless people on the streets is valuable because you can get more money to deal with this obvious homeless problem. The more obvious the problem is, the more money they're going to throw on it. They don't have to fix it. Yeah, my first experience seeing the homeless of this magnitude. And the one thing that's evident instantly is they're all strung out on drugs. Like this fentanyl thing is no fucking joke. Like the zombies leaning against every corner. And to me it's cruel. Right? Yeah, like if someone's to that point and you want to help them, don't give them a fucking iPhone and some more needles. Have them off the street and you ain't doing no drugs. We're gonna clean up. And some aren't gonna want that. They're gonna want to go back on the street and do drugs. And the addiction and the consequences of drugs that are bad. I had surgery, they had put me on fentanyl, neck surgery, and they put me on fentanyl. There's high, then there's that shit. And that was done by an anesthesiologist. I wasn't self-medicating in a fucking parking lot, right? What'd you do to your neck? C67. Fusion? No. I had this. How long ago did you get it now? Maybe 3 years ago. Yeah, I wish I 2 years ago. 3 years ago. If that ever happens again, don't do that. Don't? No. Well, it'll happen to this. Yeah, I'm sure it will. There's other ways. There's PRP can help it. Regenikine helped mine. I had a pretty bad bulging disc in my neck. Regenikine is, they used to have to go to Germany to do it. I know Peyton Manning went there, Kobe Bryant went there, and Dana White actually flew to Germany to get it done. It's like an advanced form of platelet-rich plasma where they take your blood. There's a process to it. Pull it up, Jamie. I can't remember what the process is, but they spin it in a centrifuge for like 10 hours, and then you come back the next day and they inject it, and it makes this very potent anti-inflammatory, and they inject it around wherever the injury is to the disc, and it provides like within weeks amazing relief, and for me, complete cure. I had a point. My fingers were going numb. Yeah, that's what. The German. Go back up. So German physician Welling, the treatment focused on blocking specific inflammatory protein, blood, and anti-inflammatory protein called IL-1RA, and then they spin it in a centrifuge, separating out the protein-rich serum. The serum is then injected directly into the painful joint or tissue. It was remarkable for me for knee and hours where it like replays your life to you in a very uncomfortable way, and also somehow or another rewires addiction in your brain. And for a large percentage of people, just one dose is good enough to get them off of everything, whatever they're on, whether it's alcohol, gambling, coke, whatever the fuck it is. But for 2 doses, when they do it twice, it's significantly better. And it doesn't just do that. Rick Perry, who was the Republican former governor of Texas, was staunchly anti-drugs. He's said this is his main focus in life now, is to promote this. This is his goal in life, because he did it, and he had an incredible reaction to it. And he knows so many veterans who've done it. It's incredible. Companies where he went there and it's normal that you're 73 years old or 74 years old. So he goes and does the Ibogaine. Sees his doctor short words, and the doctor says, it's 25% less atrophy than when you got the last scan. And he explains to him the whole Ibogaine thing. He goes back 6 months later, it's all gone. He has no brain atrophy anymore, which again is. It's making his brain.
The pharmaceutical companies aren't going to let that shit out.
Well, they didn't like it. They didn't like that I bypassed them and went straight to Trump and told him about it. But Trump was very open to it. He said, what are you looking for? Are you looking for FDA approval? Like, let's do it. Like, that's literally what he said. And then a week later, we were at the White House and he was signing it. So it's incredible. But so many veterans have had to go over mostly Mexico, but coast retreats. And Marcus Luttrell, he had an incredible result from it. He had a real problem. He had a lone survivor. The movie's based on his experiences over in Afghanistan. So this guy, he's done it. He's gotten over it because of that. Like there's a long Sean Ryan, long list of guys who have had this experience and it completely changed them. Dakota Meyer did it. So many of these guys did it. And because of their stories, because all these veterans, then it like kind of opened up the idea to a lot more right-wing people that would maybe be like more hesitant to accept something like this. And then on top of it, no recreational use. Like no one's like, boy, I can't wait to do that again. Everybody's like, holy shit, this sucked. I had diarrhea, I threw up, I was horrified for fucking 12 hours. It apparently just takes you through every aspect of your life, like review like a movie. All the times you've ever hurt people, you see it from their perspective. Like, yeah, it's a very dark experience for a lot of people, especially a lot of people who have fucked up a lot of their lives. Wow. Yeah, but if those people had access to Ibogaine, all these homeless people, they see strong out. If instead of just giving them needles and an iPhone and profit off of these centers where you could bring people in and give them Ibogaine retreats. Maybe that would be a nice little fucking exit strategy for all these grifters that have been profiting off of the homeless industrial complex for so long.
Yeah, but they're not trying to solve problems.
No. They're trying to make money. That's what I was saying earlier. falls out like. Stomped to death in front of the ATM machine, or maybe don't throw the cabin when he says, "Wow, guy that lives over him, you died. He never saw him up there in the woods. All he wants caribou, and he has them all like hanging up, like frozen because it's frozen outside. Like that's Arctic Adventure is the reason. And the Vice was really cool. And they get this fucking nerd with glasses, probably from like Williamsburg, who flies out to Alaska to hang out with this guy. And the guy, they said like these journalists were like hardcore. These young kids they knew they were doing something kind of crazy. And they would go to war zones, like that's how Tim Pool started out. These guys would go to the fucking war zones and get shot at. They had bulletproof vests on and shit. They'd be doing real investigative reporting. And so this guy just really went up there and hung out with this dude in Alaska for like a week and was talking to him. It was like, what's so great about this? He's a very intelligent guy. He's not the guy who's this guy Heimdall. See if you can find that. The Alaskan. Oh, he's still posting stuff? They have a YouTube channel. Oh, wow. Heimdall and Edmund. Oh, wow. Looks older now. It's talking about podcasts here a second ago. Oh, interesting. They're talking about podcasts? Our podcast. Oh, because we talk about it? Oh, that's I never. That's it. That's me talking about, yeah. See if you can find the Vice Guide to Travel, because that's where I found out about him. So this he's like one up there. He has like a notice posted on his cabin because he's grandfathered in. I don't think you can build a cabin up there anymore. This is afterwards. Might be it. But I think it's called Heimdall's Arctic Adventure. Yeah, Heimo's Arctic Refuge. That's the article. Nice website. It's like one of the most well kept on the internet these days. Put in Arctic Adventure. I'm guessing that the article was the first thing, and then they went and found it to a video, and that's what this is. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, see, that's Heimo's Arctic Refuge. Right. That's probably it. I think this changed too much. I think they did. Well, either way, this guy's premise is that this is really how you should live. This is how people. Yeah, that's the guy. So you see this nerdy cat is hanging out. He looks so out of place. Yep, this is it. And he's got this caribou that he shot. They're hanging frozen. And he just saws off a piece and throws the frozen steaks onto the grill, cooks it over wood, and this is how this guy lives. And that's all he eats. He's just eating caribou and salmon, and he lives up there all year round now. And it's, he's just very happy. And this is the weird part about it, is how happy people who live like this are. I think that's in our brain. That's how we exist with nature. Maybe 10,000 years ago. Right. Yeah, depending on who you ask. I think we're a little wrong with that too. I think there's
starting to change their perspective of when the actual civilization emerged. Stuff like structures down in Turkey, they found these men made of
lizard? I don't even know. I know. How would you even be sure that there was a footprint? Look at this, and then you gotta go tell everybody else in the town to come follow you out there. Some of them. I'm sure. I think we figured that out, right? I think we talked about that animation or the conversions. Yeah, they found those footprints in White Sands, New Mexico, and those are 22,000 years old. It took a giant layers of sediment. Oh, wow. And they started digging. That's cool. And this is in 52 they did that? No, not from 1908. 908. Pictures are from 1952. Oh, okay. It must have just kept, maybe it flooded again 50 years later. Floods do happen here fast. When did they first figure out dinosaurs? Like, what was the first year a dinosaur bone was discovered? On your ranch, do you find like a lot of like arrowheads and like Native American stuff?
The one I grew up on, everywhere.
Yeah.
Every time it rained, you find these points.
That shit enthralls me. It's so fascinating. Pick up some arrow. I found one in Nevada while I was on a mule deer hunt. I was in the high desert. We found this little tiny thing. I would oh my god, it's a fucking arrow. You just think, some dude, who knows how many hundred? Yeah.
We found a bunch. Took them to Fort Worth to the museum and they dated them. Some of them, and they could look at them and they've done various styles. Right? They go, oh, this was made by, this is 2,200 years old. This is 4,000 years old. This is when they started doing this.
We have one here. It's a big one too. 1677 was when the first scientifically recorded dinosaur arrived. Although people have been digging them up for thousands of years. But this one just says to a giant human. A friend of mine got that up on his ranch. Remy Warren told me that's probably one they used for fishing because it was so big.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was like, that's interesting. Because I guess when you're dealing with old bows that didn't have a whole lot of power, you really wouldn't want a big wide cut because you wouldn't get enough penetration through the rib cage unless you're really close.
Does it be more of a
No, it would be on an arrow. It would be something that you shot at a fish. Use a smaller head. They're just trying to get penetration. That's just an amazing thing. You're finding just this piece of ancient history where people had no internet, no books, no nothing, just flint knapping, using tendons and shit. Yeah. And then trying to practice with those bows and figuring out how to do it while you're on horseback too. It's crazy. Wow. So where you grew up, on the ranch you grew up, you find them all the time?
all the time?
What was the oldest shit?
I can't remember, but I remember there's a few thousand or something. We had with my mother this wicker basket like this big, and it was full
Of arrowheads.
And wow, find these awesome.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It just makes you think, like, how long did people live on that land? How many hundreds
So was that a trading depot? Was that some place where people went to trade? And then I always think, like, how do you lose that prize hard as it must be the thing? use a compass early. Yeah, or the sun. Yeah, right. If the sun comes up in the morning and you're facing it, right, and behind you is west, to your left is north, to your right is south. Some people have zero experience in the woods, though. People tend to loop often counterclockwise when lost because small errors are internal sense. It's heartless, completely oblivious to your desire to stay alive. It's not interested in what you want to do at all. No, not at all. It's ambivalent. But that's also part of the beauty of it, right? Yeah. When you're out there, especially if you take yourself seriously. Yeah. You're out there, you're like, oh my shit. it'll test you. Yeah. When you're writing a thing like 1823, like you're doing all this research and you read the diaries from you said your great grandmother, like great grandmother. Did you ever think like put some of those letters on which book? Yeah, and nothing happened. Right. Like it sucked. It was cold. We had freaking whatever weird shit they had for dinner that night. So and so was rude, and it was this, and we stopped in this beautiful valley, and it was hard to get across the river, and I was scared. But no attacks, no, pretty uneventful. They got lucky. It's interesting, just as a window in time. Yes. Oh, it's interesting. Well written the journal was. Right. Yeah. Yeah, and that's weird, right? When you read like Civil War letters, and you're like, why are these guys so fucking smart? I have letters from my grandfather who died in World War II. Love letters from him to my grandmother. Years of them. Because they enlisted in 1941. And then went off and became they flew a B-19 flew a bomber. And wrote all these letters to her. And I have all those pages, magnificent. Just the way that people would just be so eloquent in a letter to, your wife. Yeah, my beloved. Things like that. Yeah. It is weird, like the deterioration of our ability to express ourselves. The common person's ability to express themselves. Like, you wouldn't have expected that back then, I bet. If you could tell people about the future, you're going to have the answer to any question on your phone. You have a small device in your pocket. It's also acts as a flashlight. You're going to be able to pick that thing up and ask it anything you want. Instantaneously, it's going to give you a result. Like, oh, people must be brilliant. No, they're not retarded. Because they don't learn anything. Right. You can ask a machine
You didn't earn it. Yeah. The problem with having the same results as everybody else when you don't put the same effort. People in the 1800s often spent blocks of time, typically 1 to 3 hours at a stretch, on letter writing. And heavy correspondence. Most people treated correspondence as a regular daily or weekly task, similar to a modern email block, accepting that it would take a significant chunk of their time. Wow. Hey, how important was the fucking mailman back then? Yeah, it was everything. Everything. Some dude on a horse, fucking bag of letters. I mean, that was they charged. A lot of it was like that. How much do you enjoy writing that kind of a show versus writing a show like Lion Man, like Man, Man. Like, what is your do you have a favorite? Or do you like all no, I can't say.
seeing an adolescence in the teenage years of a new type of warfare. And when it grows up, it is going to be a beast. A beast. That may not. Just think about it. You could, now they've got drones that are the size of airplanes. They can have a payload that is devastating. Right? Beyond just having a predator drones. We've got a couple of hellfire missiles around the world. Or don't have anyone fly it, reprogram it, and the thing flies itself. And that's give the drone a mission and send the drone off to do the mission. It's fully automated. Yeah. That's terrifying shit. I bet that's a lot of what this UAP shit is too. I bet it's experimenting with that type of technology with some sort of novel propulsion system. Because they were working on novel propulsion systems way back in the 50s and 60s. On anti-gravity in the 60s. I don't think we're there. I don't know. I don't know where we're at. I don't know where we're at, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that they haven't done something. In fact, Eric Weinstein makes some really interesting connections between. There's a college in upstate New York, university in upstate New York, that has a very overqualified physics department, and it's connected to a hedge fund that does bigger than Bernie Madoff type numbers. And he's like, the whole thing stinks to high heaven. And he goes, feeling that there's some an undisclosed or a top secret above, top secret access program that's going on. Oh, I can promise you, there's something. Yeah. I've always thought a possible solution to petroleum as far as transportation goes, and I wonder why they never tried it, is using magnetic force. Right? If you take a positive and negative charge, when they come together, you take a positive, and negative, no fucking scientist, it's going to repel, right? Bring it magnets and they push each other away. Well, how can we use that? A vehicle, and the base of it is essentially a positive charge or a negative, whatever it takes to make the magnets repel. And your road base was essentially a similarly charged metal. Wouldn't that, I think that's image. Wouldn't you have to redo all the roads to make something like that? Or put it in the road? Yeah, maybe. It certainly could be a potential source of transportation for the future. The things that they're doing now probably relate gravity propulsion system. How fucking sketchy is that? Oh, it's coincidence. From Los Alamos, all up there with the nuclear. Coincidence. Yeah. No. Who knows? I mean, who knows what the fuck those people are working on? Whether or not they make this awesome. It doesn't, for whatever reason, the news doesn't. There's a, we could pull it up there, but any number of Chinese scientists over here, they were stealing this, and they got this and see the ones that got caught trying to bring in they're trying to bring in, what were they trying to bring in, diseases or something? I was looking, there's another one in Vegas recently, but like they have an apartment or something. CC security gaps, policymakers must act to improve oversight in biological research activity. Wasn't there a guy that got busted that was an Israeli agent and he got released and he took off? I think it was in Vegas. Yeah, that's the one in Vegas. Yeah, so this guy, he had all these fucking diseases in his garage. 1,200 samples. Conclusion of the FBI lab that the community could not be harmed by what was contained in the lab. What? Refrigerator containing unknown liquids. Police said in the immediate also operated a licensed short-term rental. What is this fucking guy doing? So the question is, why does someone have these materials in a private residence? A doctor, not a lab, not a licensed medical facility of any sort. And then, homeboy, they look at pathogen-labeled containers with labels such as dengue fever, HIV, and malaria, along with 1,000 mice, according to a federal report. Tested the items, and the CDC only made its determination based on the labeling. What? What the fuck? So in that case, Chinese citizen David He faces federal charges for allegedly manufacturing and distributing misbranded medical devices. Not face charges connected to the Las Vegas trial in California. What the fuck? Just a bunch of vials of HIV and AIDS and fucking dengue fever and malaria. No worries. Normal. So who was the Israeli guy? The guy who owned the lab. There was like an Israeli guy who they caught who owned it, and then they released him and went back to Israel. And everybody's like, hey. Well, Judge dropped cases of a man arrested in the Lost File Lab investigation. Ori Salamori, what were you doing? Ori, why do you have the HIV, Ori? There he is. Feds drop case against man arrested in the Las Vegas Biolab investigation. Yeah, I mean, why investigate? Let it go, guys. No big deal. Yeah, he's only charged with illegal possession of a firearm. His immigration status precluded him from owning and possessing a gun. Well, listen, if he doesn't have a gun, how the fuck is he going to defend all his malaria? People trying to steal malaria, bro. Gotta be careful. Oh boy. Yeah. There's too much fucking shit in the world. Like, too much of it is so disheartening. The more you look into it, the more like, is it all fucked? Is the whole world fucked? Like, what is going on? And my guess is because there are so many different two things, right? There's so many different things. There's no secrets with the internet, social media, phones, and shit's getting out. But it's also getting out in such a volume that none of it seems to have an impact. Right. Just so much. Right. Think about that in the 1990s. Right. They're talking about that on Nightline and this and that. Meet the press. Chinese spy is regulating that, you know? That's news. But now it's just another. The news cycles of blood. It's like you drop a rose petal in the river while floods go about it. It's gone. Yeah. It's here, it's gone. And it's a sensory overload. And people are tuning it all out. They're tuning it all out also because nothing ever gets done. Nothing happens. The more people like that get released, the more people like, throw their hands there. They'd rather just watch sports. Yeah. Yeah, just forget about it. you have the time to write a book? So you're writing 150 different TV shows. So you know what it is? You know anything about it? No. Pull it up. I'm going to try. I don't even want to tell you what it's called. I just want you to see the title. How to Not Die. So here's the deal. So when I lived in LA, there was a gym on Beverly Boulevard, right at like Beverly and Sweetser. Everybody called it Buzz on Beverly because they had all the treadmills kind of right up there, and all the girls were there. You get stuck in traffic, you're staring at all their asses. That was my gym. So me and a buddy of mine shared an apartment together, and we jogged down there and worked out every day. And there was this dude that showed up and started working out in there. This dude was jacked, but different than like the West Hollywood fit. Like this fucker was yoked, and had all these crazy tattoos on him. And we became kind of like friendly, and ended up kind of becoming friends. And his name's Tom Nelson. And one day I'm like, so what are you doing? Well, I'm going to start personal training here. And I was working over at the vitamin shop. Guy's like in his 40s. Vitamin shop in your 40s. So I said, yeah. Have you always lived in California? He's like, well, I've been here 19 years, 20 years. Yeah. I said, where from? Somewhere in the Southeast. I said, you always lived in LA? He goes, well, no, I just got to LA. See, I've been in prison. I said, oh. How long? 17 years. I said, oh. I didn't ask anything else, right? He does become a personal trainer. I'd see him over. Well, one day we have lunch. We're bullshitting. And I'm like, so what you want? What tell him the deal? He's like, oh, I was a fucking criminal, dude. Like a criminal. Like a real criminal. Like biggest drug dealer in Hollywood. Armed robbery. Ran over a DK agent. Like I was a fucking criminal. But now, when I was in, I discovered fitness and started working out. And I'm like, when I get out, get myself in good shape, I'm going to start. This is my passion. I'm going to do this. So he was a trainer there for a while. Then he opened his own personal training gym, and I would go work out over there, hang out with him. He's a cool fucking dude, and it became the biggest private training gym independent in Hollywood. So I go off and I start writing, and I'm shooting Yellowstone, and he reaches out and he goes, hey, I wrote a movie about my life. I'm gonna send it to you. So he sends it to me, and I read it, and it's actually pretty good. But it's sort of a fun 90s kind of. They don't make movies like this anymore. It's like it's The Rock, but we're celebrating, the guy, the fucking criminal. But it was good. I said, hey, I'll pass it on to some producers, but nothing ever happened. Anyway, so COVID happens. I'm stuck up on this ranch in Montana. I call him and I say, Tom, where do you get your gym equipment from? Because I need to build a gym. Because we can't go to a gym. I can't leave the ranch. COVID restrictions. The whole fucking cast is stuck on that ranch. And he said, they shut my gym down, dude. So I'll sell you anything you want. So I sent a flatbed trailer to LA and picked up a pile of gym equipment from him. And didn't hear from him again. He calls me maybe 18 months into 2 years. And I answered. He's like, hey man, I'm in a bad way. I'm like, what's the deal? He goes, fucking, I'm a single father and a 5-year-old kid. I got fucking colon cancer. I'm fucking dying, and I'm tapped out, dude. I'm a fucking 60-year-old felon. I can't get a job. I can't do anything. Is there any work on your movies or anything that I can do? And I said, well, first, colon cancer, how bad? Like, what stage? What's this? He goes, I don't know. They saw it on an x-ray and diagnosed me. And I said, well, let's deal with that shit first. So I fly into Texas where I know people, and I get him in. He sees a doctor, and fortunately the mass wasn't cancer, so they help him out, do the surgery, get that done. And then I say, well, I'm going to get you a job on a movie. Let's pay very good. The hours are shit. You got a 5-year-old daughter. I mean, that's not a plan, right? Failure rate of money to things. It doesn't work, right? I'm not a bank. somebody fucked up and they end up and they don't know how. And I said, right, it breaks it down. It tells you an overview of the country. Then it gives you a glossary of the terms to teach you the language. They talk about the food, talk about where you stay, they talk about navigating the country. We're going to do that for prison. And he goes, I'm in. I said, great. I'm going to write all the intros. I'll build the structure and walk you through it. And you're going to simple. It's literally a travel guide to prison. And it walks you through day one, how to navigate the inn, the food, the gangs, the diseases, prison riots, how to fucking make a shiv, how to do everything. Wow, it is a tour guide to prison. How many pages? A couple hundred.
Sounds awesome.
It's the
I hope I
craziest.
never need it.
No. Well, I'm
Most people
gonna
read it, hope they never need it.
I'm gonna guess 99% of the people who do read it, the one thing it'll do is tell you you don't ever want to fucking go there. That's for sure, right? And typically, if someone's going there, not even saying prison, finish the book before you get to prison. Do not bring this book with you to prison, or you'll die on fucking day one. So leave the book at home. But yeah, so then we did. I took the book. We wrote 3 chapters of it. I took it out, and Simon Schuster read it, flipped, and me and Tom got a book deal. So that's awesome. So he was able to sit with me, and we wrote it, and take care of his kid. And
That's very cool.
yeah,
Good for you, man, for doing that. That's really awesome that you did that.
yeah.
So I know you're busy as shit. You having another project on your plate, not fun probably. That's awesome.
That one was a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, but not fun to take something else on. I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, but it was a very entertaining diversion from my other. I could bitch about my other job, right? Bitch about something on Landman or whatever, and then I'm going to sit down. And, we're writing about smallpox today. Okay, there's some perspective. It's not quite so bad. Billy Bob is an hour late to work, which he's never an hour late to work, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sobering thing. It's there's an 80-something% recidivism and not go back to prison. The odds are fucking 4-1 against you. Like it's at least, yeah. It's probably higher. I think 80-something%, 86. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. It's brutal. It's brutal.
Well, I'm glad you wrote it. Yeah, read it. I promise listen to it. I'll listen to it in the sauna.
There you go.
Thanks for everything, man. Thanks for all the awesome shows. It's been great watching them.
Thanks for watching.
You're the man. Appreciate you. Appreciate the guy
We have
that.
time to talk about one more thing, Sean. That UFC 250.
Oh man. Yeah.
Justin Gaethje, dude.
Yeah. I just had him on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I saw him. Remember when I bumped into you at that fight in Vegas? That's the first time I'd seen him live. And I go to a bunch of fights. I feel love box. And I'm watching that guy. If he had decided to be a professional boxer, his striking is that level. But that dude, he went to work on that guy.
Yeah, I'm glad he's an MMA fighter because he started out as an All-American wrestler in Division I. It's like he's just a great athlete all across the board, and just his particular style of aggression is so well suited for MMA.
Oh yeah, it's just shocking that he's that good a striker and he was a wrestler.
I know. He's just a wild motherfucker across the board. For him to pull that off the way he did at the White House was nuts. I mean, some books had him a 6-1 underdog, and Ilya Taporia is so fucking good. Yeah, so good. And he had him in sick trouble in that second round. But I watched it again yesterday. The second round was brutal. I mean, Ilya was just destroying his liver. Yeah, almost put it down. Yeah. But even in the second round, Justin, he still bloodied Ilya up. His face was busted up. Like, he was getting the most damage to Ilya's face. And that was a giant factor in the fight. Because I don't know what the accuracy of these reports are, but what's being reported is that he had 2 broken orbital bones and a broken nose. So both his eyes were broken and his nose was broken. And Justin was here a couple days later and he went, great. It's just nuts. It's just like, he's very deceptively good at rolling with shots. And, you know, he's fucking durable as hell. And just very clever in how he sets things up and where he finds openings. One of the things he kept getting off is this, he does a collar tie into an uppercut, and he got that off multiple shots. He did that with Fiziev too. He's really good with that move. He's a beast, man. I'm just so happy for him to win them. You know, I'm a giant Ilya Taporia fan as well, and I think he'll be back better than ever. And I think sometimes a loss is like one of the most important things a fighter can ever have, because they realize, like, you can be beaten, and you need to know that you're a human. You need to know that you can't just throw caution to the wind sometimes. You just engage in these wild scraps. Sometimes you have to be a little bit more tactical, and sometimes you got to realize, like, you can't take everybody out. And that's the case with Justin. He couldn't take him out, and he almost did in the second round. Yeah, real fucking close, But you know, that freaking Justin, he can time that transfer of power to the end of the punch. And just his hands are so heavy. Yeah, everybody says that too. Everybody who he spots said he's one of the hardest guys that's ever hit them, including Khabib, who's one of the all-time greats. He said Justin hit him harder than anybody. Yeah, he's a fucking animal. Yeah, it was impressive. And the fight was like, to be there at the White House while that was going on, and so happy. Like, there's something about a guy winning who's fucking inspiring. He didn't look like an underdog that night. No, he did not after the second round. He did, especially the third. Once the third rolled around, he dropped him, and then he got a head and arm and snatched him down to the ground. Like, holy shit, man, he's fucking dominating him. This is crazy. It was wild watch. It was wild. It was awesome though. It was fantastic. We should have been there live. Man, that would have been a good one. Oh, it was crazy. It was crazy to be there live. It just felt surreal. They had him fly over. They all saw that. Yeah, the jets come shooting over. They were like separated by like that far from each other. I don't know how the fuck those guys do that. It was incredible. Yeah. Well, hey, it was awesome. Thanks, brother. Once again, the book is called How to Not Die in Prison. Yeah. And available now, audiobook, everything. Yeah. Thank you.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing my day, Joe Rogan Podcast, my night, all day. Gentlemen, first of all, thank you. I couldn't wait to talk to you. Congratulations on one of the most epic accomplishments in the history of combat sports, and that's not an understatement. I mean, it might be an understatement. I mean, it's not an overstatement. It's perfect. That was one of the greatest nights I've ever experienced of watching anything in my life. It was amazing. And have you cap it off and win the title when you're facing a guy that everybody thought was at least number 2 pound for pound, was like him and Islam are number 1 and number 2. Like, this is crazy. Like 6-1's crazy, really good, but so's Justice kind of nuts. To have you win the way you won in front of the fucking White House, how's it feel?
Oh, it's really not really yet. I was expecting to have like an internal sense of relief that like I don't have something to chase because I was always chasing this belt, and I was expecting to wake up with like some kind of natural release of pressure, but I don't know. I don't feel that. As the days go by, every day I feel a little bit more. 2 days ago, my dad was like, what was it like waking up being the champion? And I was like, I haven't even thought about that. And then I was, on the shit. And like 10 minutes later, I was sitting there thinking about it. Like, wow, I'm fucking crazy. So many years now. My dad dropped me off 19 years ago in Colorado. I knew nobody to wrestle, and yeah, to see where I'm at now is just absolutely incredible. I mean, there's really no way to explain how or why, or like why I deserve it or what. I mean, I've worked my ass off. I have made mistakes. I've done things the wrong way, but I always corrected and got back on the path. And I think the coaches, the mentor, the team that I have around me is huge. Able to stay on track and to keep moving forward and keep trusting that I belong in the top of the league.
Well, you've clearly shown it throughout your career, and having a great coach like Trevor, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring in Trevor is because you guys have a very unique relationship. First of all, I love the YouTube series, The Art of Violence, fantastic. And what's great is watching you cook two guys, and Trevor, you being like very aware of when to pull them back, when to ramp it up, when to push. Like you guys having a relationship like that is so critical because you guys know each other so well. You've seen him perform so many times. You've seen him fight and perform in the gym that you know where he's at all the time. And having that sense of where your fighter is at any given time in camp because you know him so well, boy, that's a giant advantage.
Well, I think that's a huge advantage is knowing your athlete. And, I've been doing this for a long period of time, but there's lots of coaches out there that consider their fighters their friends. I do consider them one of my best friends, but I put myself more in like a father position of I need to know when to tell them the truth. And I've got myself in trouble with that with fighters where you tell them the truth so hard that you have to let them go. Like a child, like, hey, we're not in the same beliefs, go live life and see how it is, and then when you return, I'm still going to love you. Having that type of thing where I have to be dead honest for your career, not because it helps us now and it feels good right now at the moment. I have to arrive that from my job is to that place as best I can because these are his goals and I want to support those. And at the beginning of his career, his goals were to be the most violent guy out there, the most remembered, the guy that's every time someone bought a ticket, they remember Justin Gaethje selling that show. And
Yeah, and Ilya really had only had some rough moments against. Set up the rest of the fight. I do think it was a mistake. And you're saying what you're saying is so correct. But what I'm saying is from a understanding the damage that he was taking, he took big risks. He got in there. He kept his hands on your collarbones. He was landing really good shots. He had the two body shots before that left him to the liver. The sound it made was crazy. That last one was clean. It was precise and deep. But you could tell it was already there. But if he didn't put that pressure on himself, and this is what I mean by mistake, is like when you come out, you have to know that you're going 5 rounds. And he knew that he had to unleash everything right there. If he would have been smart in that scenario, saying, hey, we got 5 rounds, let me step back a little bit, let me do some damage. But also, he's like, hey, let me get you out of there quick. Justin, can't grapple, can't do all these things what a lot of people think, which Justin's a great grappler. And what was so smart about you is when you get tired, that's where the worst decisions happen. That's one of my big things as coaching, as we get someone tired and then we make bad decisions, and then we capitalize on those mistakes. Justin was able to stay so complete with being speared to the body. And when you take a liver shot, it is way different than the headshot. The headshot's like taking a shot with your buddies at the bar. It's like, baby, let's go. But you take a body shot, you're dying. Like your liver shot, you feel like you're dying. And Justin, all the decisions he made on the ground, from the triangle, from the armbar, from not being flat, so many good decisions were made in that scenario, and I do think it was a mistake. Obviously, there's so many different ways it could go, but those type of moments in fights are what make fights, is overcoming obstacles. And he had set that up. He had said it. He's like, hey, I'm not going to overcome anything. I'm going out there, they put the worst thing out there. Like, what are you going to do to me? I've already been knocked out the last second of a freaking huge fight by Max. Like, you can't do nothing worse to me. And that mindset, I think, is something to take away for all the fighters out there. That always, I love how you say it, expect award, always. Some of the biggest mistakes that I've made with fighters that I had is allowing them to think that they're going to become super hard. You think it's going to be a war, then you're like, hey, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting. Or you're not going to help them in that moment. Yeah. There's no pull out. That's fighting. Fighting is mentality. I look at this like there's techniques out there, there's things like that. What makes this sport inspirational and makes someone that want to go out there and beat cancer because they were inspired by a fighter, it's not the technical piece. It's getting back up. And it's okay to get knocked down. I love watching people get knocked down because my favorite part is seeing how they get up.
And that to me is why I love fighting. It's how people get up.
Yeah, how they endure. And that was the big story of that second round. That he figured out a way to get through it, and the change in tempo in the third round was very obvious. Because the sprint that you have to make, like what Ilya did when he was trying to finish you, that he used so much fucking energy. And the great Chael Sonnen once said that if you try to win by knockout and fail, you won't win by submission. Yeah, and a lot of times that's the case because you know as good as anybody, if you fucking sprint it hard, you wail in the bag with fucking everything you've got for 2 minutes, and then they go time. 1 minute's not enough. It's not enough.
Even in preparation,
Even 2 minutes. But you're so tired after
That was crazy too.
even in
That was crazy too. We'll talk about
preparation
that.
for these fights, like I'm doing 20, 30, 40-second sprints at most. I mean, that was a 2-minute sprint for him.
Yes. Full out. Full power. Everything full power. Every punch full
You
power.
didn't even train for that.
Yeah. You gotta have spots. Right. And he did it. He was just unloading. I mean, that's a young man with a tremendous amount of confidence because he's a 2-division world champion and he thinks he's going to go down as the greatest of all time. And hey, he might still. What was he, 28?
The odds are fucking great against that right now.
Because of that loss?
I hope he does.
I hope he does too. I hope he does, and I know that he has the skill.
Right.
I know that he has the skill to be a champion again. However, same thing with Tony Ferguson. I didn't bring Tony Ferguson's confidence. I changed the perception of his opponents of him, and that is a huge factor when you go in there. Like, who are you fighting? What you know? Before this, he was a guy that you couldn't get through, that you couldn't push through, you couldn't survive with. And once I showed people that all you gotta do is get through that, then nobody's ever gonna go in there with thinking that he's unbeatable now. You know, and that was his identity. And you know, that's gonna be such a tough task for him to fight people that aren't scared of him.
That's interesting. That's Mike Tyson in his prime. That's Anderson Silva in his prime, where the fight was lost before you got in there. Yeah. The fight was lost before you even got in there. Physically, and now I don't know what the truth is, but all these reports are that he has 2 fractured orbitals and a broken nose. Just that alone, just the orbitals alone, like anytime you got eye injuries, like anything severe with your eyes,
It's psychological.
absolutely.
Your body heals. Your body is resilient.
Like I'm telling you, I had
Broken bones make stronger bones. Like that is his orbital bones will be stronger.
It depends on where, though, Justin. The orbital bone, I had my orbital broken. And for 6 months, I would do this, my tooth would move. And it's right where my sinus cavity is. You remember when you hit me with the spinning elbow?
Tooth would move?
Dude, I right here, and my tooth would move.
Oh. Summer is great, but it also comes with a lot of chaos, travel, and spontaneous plans. So make sure you're taking extra care of yourself with AG1. It's a simple daily health drink that replaces your daily multivitamins, probiotics, prebiotics, adaptogens, and more. Plus, AG1's ingredients are sourced from quality partners for potency, purity, and nutrient density. AG1 is clinically shown to close common nutrient gaps and support gut health to keep you going all summer long. Wherever this summer takes you, stay on top of your health with AG1. Visit drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, get a free morning person hat and an AG1 flavor sampler for free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
I still feel this hot spot, but this is a very weak area where your sinus cavity is. That's the if you broke both orbitals and the nose. Like I do believe the body is
Marab's. You ever seen Marab's nose?
Yeah.
You ever seen the X-ray of Marab's nose?
Dude, did I send it to you? It looks like a spine.
Oh,
Dude, he's got 33 vertebrae.
fucking crazy.
I've had 3 broken noses. I've had it fixed twice.
Yeah, I know. You know, this is one. There it is. That's Marab's nose.
Oh
my God.
I mean, that looks like a raw cocaine binge right there. It took out the whole fucking left side of his nose.
That looks like you got hit with a sledgehammer.
That was crazy.
That nose is crazy. That is great. That is like, and to fix it, he's gonna have to have no contact for like a year. Yeah, that's hard. So he's not gonna fix it. He's just gonna deal. Look how turned it is. Like that, the bone.
I've had my eyes fixed and my nose fixed, and my nose was better for quality of life.
Oh, the
Like,
nose
obviously,
is
being able to see was huge, but when your nose is broken, like, you have to understand, like, getting a haircut fucking sucks. You can't breathe through your nose, so your mouth's open all the time. You're constantly breathing in fucking hair. Like, there's so much. Every time you eat food, like, you just, there's something missing.
Yeah.
Sleep. I wore a nose tube to bed for 10 years now. You know, now
I have a scab, a permanent scab, because I feel that thing out all the time.
yeah, my nose is used to it now, but yeah.
What you gotta
nose
fix?
is the thing.
What you gotta fix? Which fight was it before the Max fight?
Yeah, right for the next week.
And then you can breathe out of it perfectly.
Yeah.
Is it still good now?
Yeah, he broke it, but he didn't break. He didn't fuck with the cartilage. He actually fractured the bone up top, so I didn't have to get it fixed.
It's another factor that when we were talking about the fight, and you know, people were talking about this matchup with Ilya. I said you have to think about what he did to Fiziev. Fiziev is a super talented striker. And then you also have to think about the Max Holloway fight because he was pressing in the first round. He got caught with a jump spinning back kick to the fucking face. And when that's a game changer. And it happened at the end of the first round. And from that, it changed the tone of the fight because it was just dead on. It was perfect.
Yeah, and
Couldn't have landed any better. And
the truth of the matter is psychologically, I was not there. I was not prepared mentally for the fight. Max Holloway, it was such a different circle. You know, a guy that wasn't big class. He was a guy that I never thought about fighting. It was for fun, and the whole experience fight I've ever had for myself, my
And us, like we told him to take the fight. He didn't want to take the fight.
My
And we told him that you're going to keep the title contention fight because that's what they promised us. That's why he was very.
Every one of you guys, every one of you was like, oh, something was different. It was like, well, why didn't you guys fucking say something?
You told me
Tell me after the fight, like, I knew something was different, but like, I needed to know.
He told me afterwards. He's like, I just didn't respect him. I'm like, how could you not respect Max? And I didn't catch on to it. So it's like, I'm always looking for flags and things like that. And 100%, I take 100% responsibility because that's how we learn. Everybody makes mistakes. I remember the Tony Ferguson fight. I didn't give any fucking water. You know what? There's like things that we all learn from. But the thing when he had told me that, I'm like, how did I not catch that from you? Because he's like, dude, he's a smaller guy. And I was like, dude, Max is like one of the guys I looked up to from the outside.
What I'm trying to myself, I need to find what I was to be worried about, and I couldn't find it.
So you always need that before a fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter who it is, you're fighting.
Right. No? Right.
Yeah, and so like I've never been as present in like I've never been able to retain a fight, and before the knockout, I was there. Like I was in the arena. I saw the lights, I saw the people, I heard the people. Like I've never been in my life, and I think that I can truly not being a real fight or flight.
Real life or death situation.
Yeah,
so you weren't fully focused. You could actually hear the crowd.
Yeah, I could hear my thoughts. You know, I had thoughts. Never had thoughts in a fight because I'm so intuitive and reactionary. And that one was just so good. There was so much. And so, sure, the kicks, the eye post. No, I think I was not. I couldn't have beaten that with the mentality that I had. And that was my last lesson to learn. My lessons with Oliveira was that I wanted it so much. I wanted it so bad, and I wanted to perform, and I wanted to impress my fans. You know, Rose had like absolute garbage, and I told my coaches, like, Coach, don't worry, I won't do that to you. Right before I'm about to walk, I was like, don't worry, Coach, I won't do like that. And Coach is pissed, and everyone's, the locker room's all fucked up because Pat's fucking weird.
Is that the Carlos Esparza fight? Was that the same night?
Yeah. And I was at home, and so it was just, and that was my fault. I allowed those things to affect me,
right?
And to, affect my fighting decisions rather than just being myself. And so that was a huge mistake. Another mistake was, waiting 2 or 3 times in a row and just kind of becoming complacent with how serious what we do is and how dangerous this game is and how much luck and chance are a factor every single night. And wasn't doing the extra credit. I wasn't saying this on. I don't know. I don't know why. It's just, and I made that mistake 3 or 4 in a row, and I completely went back to the same mindset of I'm the best in the world. No one can beat me, and I paid for it. And those 2 mistakes were huge, very, very big learning lessons. And then the Charles Oliveira fight. I was like, I want so bad. And all I can control being perfect. My preparation for it, and ultimately being there for 45 minutes. And yeah, mistakes I made, I had to learn. I had to make those mistakes. Not change my father.
kicks people and they bruise on the inside of their leg. And it's because I tell my wife, I'm like, hey. She's like, blue, and I'm like, Johnson. She looks at me like, so fuck you all for just.
Things you were doing early in your career that I always thought was so wild hot. Like you were kicking that, I was like, oh my goodness. I'm like, oh wait, how come no one's doing that? Like you were one of the only guys that I saw that was doing that. That was from the clinch, was leg kicking. You could flex.
Wrestling seasons, and yeah, he would go down there with me, and he would just be there.
Wow. He's like one of the best human beings on the ride.
Yeah, I love that man.
Thank you, Rod. The Sunday before the Cowboy fight, where you were pummeling with Ben, and he finished with a low kick on Ben every time, and I'm like, stop kicking your coach. And he looks at me, he's like, Chuck, he used to drag me back on the mats. He's like, I'm gonna kick. I was like, oh, I me up. I was like, give me this fucking. Give me this opportunity to beat his ass. So we go golfing, Joe, and Sunday we go golfing. Sunday before the fight, Sunday, and it's Sunday. Luke and Ben got fucking pickled. Bought like 12 beers. And we got there. And he's like, yeah, I've never heard that before. He's on the president, I want to drink.
goes, it goes through it. It's all him. He designed a bunch of things. And he's a builder, right? So that's why he wanted to do the ballroom. That's why he wanted independence. Like, this is never John. I mean, think about all great fights that we've all watched as kids that were like, remember that? This tops everything. Because of the scene, because of the fact that not only is it at the White House, but the American was a 6-1 underdog, pulled the seesaw of the fight back in the second round. Was crazy. I just wanted to finish like definitive ending, dude. And then we have Goddard come out and say, "You are God" from Mark Goddard. That's a key one. He won, yeah. You know for a fact you do not ever as a fighter. I cannot say it's over. Right. And he was counting on right. There's no doubt about it. I love it. I love it. This episode is brought to you by On Reach these epic mountain lakes. They're tucked away despite off-road. Can legally set up camp. You also get land, public land overlays, and the ability to download the grid. It's a power on off-road for 50% off. Go to OnX Maps. So again, being a fan of the sport, I've got to watch. I would have usually watched this from, and yeah, it would have been the most fucking incredible thing ever. Being a fighter, you're really not appreciating any of that because you're so locked into. It's like golf, like golf. It's like certain swing thoughts. Nothing at the deck was in the past. There was something special about watching you shadow board. All this.
I was like, if he wins, good lord, if he wins tonight, insane, and it was. It's the feeling like joy throughout everybody had seen and been there to see such an incredible event and such to that event with your fight. It was just nuts. It felt like a whole arena to me. Everybody backflip and they black hats. Hey, tell me what was it? What would you use? I just the size of that fucking crowd was out. Yeah. I mean, and they're watching on these chunking out like a concert. Yeah, we were at the weigh-ins. It was like, dude, that's what I picture like Woodstock being like. Dude, I looked and I could not see the end of the video. Yeah. No, it was nuts. The weigh-ins were nuts. When we first walked, this is crazy. But shows people were for this event. You know, I mean, it was an incredible event. It is a fucking genius. I mean, when it comes to, like, again, it's really hard to write in hindsight, but the strategy we had, I mean, which way was just moving? He's a right the whole time. The head is so heavy, and I leave here, nobody can push and sprint and take off sprinting that way as fast as you can. You have to gather and reset and readjusting and it was so subtle, and that's what my subtle movement. But I mean, his game, I think that is what surprises every opponent I've ever fought is how, you know, herky jerky, twitchy, how explosive, and how athletic I am. And I think that's the biggest asset that I have.
Why do you think anybody would be surprised by that at this stage? Why do you think they're surprised?
Because it doesn't look like that.
No, I think you're looking at Patty fight. I feel like the Patty fight, because a lot of people are he sends me this video. I don't know why I open it up. He's got a soccer ball. Go by, and we just be having a normal conversation. And he looked at me. Get knocked out? Yeah, it happened over and over. Him saying, good for him, is something that stands out to me.
That's character.
Character of him saying when he does it, that's subconscious traits that you have.
That character is also the character that allows you to reach your full potential.
Absolutely.
Because you're not being held back by any bullshit ego things.
I think.
Because there's a lot that are held back. It's good, never full potential because they have some bullshit ego problems.
Absolutely. They care what everybody thinks.
And that in that situation, losing that fight in the last second, the last one, and having that tested character that
man is a character after that moment. I don't think. No. Once it happened for probably, I say. Six or seven times. Part about those are some of my. It sucks because he's taking a shot at me as a coach and as someone who loves to fight. What these guys do is those are my plans. You know, take it in here. You have to be grateful for it. Times where I'm not smiling when my fighters are down, like hey, we come on, and you got kicked. And I stood next to him with the biggest one time with Tim to see his conscience. Like I love the hard knee. Dude, Tim hits him with the knee. And he fights through it a little bit, takes another knee, and he goes down and he's on the ground, you know. And subconscious in the fight and is still reacting that way instead of shutting up and being like, I just got rocked, I'm gonna show up. I could not wait to get him out of there. They're like not trying to let me in. Let me just get over to him and sit next to him. Put some ice on the back. When we stop guys, I'm always over to the other opponent first. Is being able to see someone go out there and do their best and then to watch them come back. And that's why I'm very excited to standing next to each other. There's a big difference. I've also really focused on getting bigger last year. I mean, weighing up. I touched 8 and 11. But I was weighing 4. And then crazy. My body's crazy. Right, especially because all the weight cut. I think when I actually too high for the drug test, so I had to piss three times and had to drink water. You're too high. Treated for a drug test? Yeah, so if the piss is too diluted. That's why, you know, doing it after a fight. I used to do it after a fight all the time. Test, but your adrenaline's going, so you don't pee. So it takes a long time. Had locker rooms for hours. After I grew up like with Max kept his speed when he came up. When he went back down, I think everybody was like, "Oh, he beat Max. He beat and drained Max." Yeah, I think that weight cut down to 45 for him. This is where, in a coaching standpoint, if it is for you to make it at that weight, I care about the longevity of a person. I've seen guys that go back down. And that's to me part of this. We need. There's many ways a weight class, and there's different ways to do it. Like maybe you have where you can't go over a certain amount of weight after you make weight, and you weigh